I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And I thought I'd just do a little light streaming before bed. I'm pretty tired, but I'm not quite inclined to go to bed yet, and I'm tired of watching YouTube videos. I need to catch up on sleep. Well, hello, Rachel, darling. What a pleasant surprise! I never would have imagined that you, of all people, would be here. But I appreciate your attendance nevertheless. Um, I definitely I need to catch up on some sleep. But at the moment, I just don't feel like going to bed. These things happen sometimes. You can't force bed. One of the things that I don't like about reality is that if I'm sleepy, but I don't actually go to sleep when I'm sleepy, then um then I'll get unsleepy again. It's like your poop. If you don't poop it out when you can, it'll go back inside of you. Hello. I'm sorry, bellow. Ollie the gangster. Are you a gangster in the old 1920s sense of the word or in the contemporary hip hop sense of the word? I prefer the old timey gangsters, I think. They talked like your classic gangsters. I got me curtains, you hear? Whereas contemporary gangsters, not so much. Contemporary gangsters, I don't think, are likely to tell you that it's going to be curtains for you. They're probably likely to not reference your curtains at all. Although I don't know, I've not spent a lot of time with such people, but they seem less interested in curtains than previous generations of gangsters. That's all I'm saying. One can only remain purposeful and motivated for so well when so wait, did they take you to Hobby Lobby or something? Who's they? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. They didn't take me to Hobby Lobby. But if I had hobbies that required a lobby, that would seem like a sensible place to go. Oh, to buy you curtains. I didn't know they sold curtains at Hobby Lobby. I was unaware that Hobby Lobby was your one stop curtain store. I guess if you're trying to make them from scratch, if you're trying to make homemade curtains, you get some fabric and some thread, maybe a sewing machine or something, or just a needle if you want to have a very long and laborious sewing job. Let's celebrate because the big dog's going to make America great again. Well, I mean, didn't he say he was going to do that last time? Did he fail to do that last time, or did he just not stick? I'm not particularly fond of people focused partisan politics. It's unfortunately destructive to our citizen democracy. I mean, I was relieved. Actually, I didn't vote, but I was relieved that Kamala Harris didn't win because she was just so appallingly terrible, like stunningly terrible. Even like another level of terrible than even Trump. That calls ho ho ho. that calls ho ho ho. I I that's not normally how those words are used. Madison Cooper. So, well, I mean, I think it was not entirely unreasonable for anybody to vote for either of them on the grounds that the other one was terrible. They're both terrible, right? But um but I personally understand that Kamala's form of terrible was much more was threatening a much more systemic kind of damage. Where's Billy? Billy who? I don't know any Billy. Ronnie Miller. Um so anyway, the point I'm trying to make about all this politics stuff is yeah, Kamala Harris was terrible, but to pretend like Trump is not terrible in his own way is absurd. Um, what was shocking though is that Kamala Harris is even worse than Hillary Clinton as a candidate, which seems almost impossible, right? So have you checked the library, Ronnie Miller? Might want to check the library. Or you could go to the William Location Service Center, tasked with locating Williams across the world, including both Williams, Wills, Bills, Billies. I do not, however, work for that organization. Did I call this? I just have middle pair. Not much. Yeah. Go back George Rose. But we're not going to get there. So, Lukey Dukes, the most important thing politically for you to keep in mind is that um, everybody is stupid in some way, right? And the important thing to deal with our country politically is to remember that we're all on the same team. That you don't win any battles by winning against the half of Americans that you've reduced to some kind of, you know, inadequate heuristic, some kind of reification fallacy. What? My cat? Yeah, my cat's right here. That's one of my cats. This is Capillo. The other cat is over here. I'll show you the other cat now, too. Go, Ronnie. Do you have an answer for me? No. The reason I'm even spending any time on this at all is because my wife's ex-boyfriend is named Billy. You on here snitching again? Yeah, that's all I do. I'm a snitcher. When I'm not snitching, I like to tattle. What is this stream for? For your edification and my enjoyment. I snitched on CC. Who's CC? My wife's current husband is me. She has no boyfriend. Who's CC? I have no idea who that is. I don't know who that is. KG 30. What's from Twin Peaks? Karma's Pimp. I don't know any CC. So obviously, at this point, you're just kind of trying to put on this little play, but what do you do now that it's not worked and it's just what are you going to do with it now? Where do you go from here? Did you have a plan coming in? Oh, Billy is from Twin Peaks. I see. Oh, Cece's doing 10 in the pen. Well, you know what they say, 10 in the pen is worth 2 in the bush. I snitched on the whole block. I did? Shame on me. This guy is a confidential informant? What do I inform on? Work for the feds, huh? Oh, that's news to me. I don't think you. It generally, like when I get that you just want to go to from stream to stream and do this random shit, but you should really like check in on the person, like learn a little something about them for it. It would empower you to be a more effective troll. A little helpful advice. I was hoping for a 14-inch Grandpa CRT TV. The TV is a little too good. My TV is excellent. Yes, that is what a Fed would say, but that doesn't mean that I'm a Fed. Well, I'm loving your advice, but unfortunately, it's only useful for somebody who's currently snitching. Yeah, that's why I asked you, like, where. So where did you have a plan coming in where you're gonna go with this little joke of yours when when it runs out of gas, or you just go on to the next stream and try it again? Okay, sounds good. KG. You do you. I don't look like a Fed, more like a Fed victim. I mean, well, like I'm not. I'm neither of those things. Actually, I lost these teeth in a battle with a grizzly bear. What advice would you have for somebody in their 20s? Well, I've got some piece of advice, like don't do whippets; they're really bad for you. And poop when you can. Don't wait till you have to poop. Also, I like Rachel's advice that she likes to give when people ask for advice, which is don't stand with your knees locked. My advice to anyone in their 20s is to not grow old, says Zane. That's the worst. Growing old is not all fun and games. It has some advantages and some disadvantages, like most things in life. I feel like I'm much more capable of making good decisions, be wiser than I used to be, and stuff like that. Okay, can you not be gross, please, Jimmy Goulash? Nobody enjoys your grossness. Don't you drink all that pee. KG off a perk 30. I don't know what the KG means. A perk 30, I do know what that is. That's Percocet or Percodan, 30 milligrams, presumably. Is the hairdo one of these wise decisions? No, I mean, being wiser and being better able to make decisions and doesn't necessarily result in decisions that turn out wise. But we operate in a probabilistic universe, not a deterministic one. So everything's a bit of a crapshoot, right? Okay, well, I've got a very disguised full house here, so that's kind of good. Good evening. I was just wondering if it'd be possible to get a quick little behind the scenes peek of that scruffy little bush of yours. No. Well, I mean, you sound like a retard, but presumably you weren't even in special ed. So well, now you said that I am one, you've slandered me. I don't know what exactly a diddler is, but I'm not one. So I'll time you out for a minute. Hopefully you learn a lesson. Well, I just won a big pot. That was nice. I turned my $5 into $17. That's right. I'm a high stakes gambler. I buy in for 5-cent, 10-cent poker. Let me see what this says here. You look a fair bit like my dad. I haven't talked to my dad in years. Do you think my dad also goes on live to assuage the loneliness? I don't know anything about your dad, but it's kind of why I do, or just as maybe loneliness isn't the right word. Maybe more like boredom or disinterest or something. But I do find I have a great deal of I have I have a lot invested in doing this, right? This is very much one of my main ways, if not my absolute primary way, but maybe I have some other ways, but this is definitely the main way I have of socializing outside of my family, my daughter, my wife, and a couple of and so a few real life friends, But as you get older, it gets harder and harder to maintain friendships. Uh, Online friendships have a much more efficient economy to them. It's been a while since Grape Pen. I'll call it. Let's see. God damn it! Just stop betting already. Let me just see free cards, please. uh, so I mean, I think that really people, even though people spend a lot of time talking about how revolutionary the digital world is compared to the pre-digital world, I don't actually think people fully understood just how different things are. Oh no, I don't earn money doing this. That would be silly. So I got a gut shot straight throw, and I'm just gonna let it go up against that bet. All right, so I'm gonna pull some bong rips, then I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. What am I smoking? I'm smoking Jack Herrera at the moment. It's a kind of an heirloom strain. I might bust out a different strain here in a second. We shall see. HT3, who has the 4? Me and Rachel. Smoking crack? No. That's great. Happy to hear it. Well, I win. I look dirty. Okay. Well, obviously, I am not too concerned about what you think. Sometimes I win. I mean, I don't. Sometimes I guess I do try to win a lot in the sense that I argue with people and stuff. But I just think that KG is, just there's no reason for him to be beating his head against this wall. It's just kind of frustrating. When, after all, he could just actually engage with me like I was a human being, rather than just something to troll. That's why I'm slow to ban people, so that even KG can have an opportunity to benefit from my incredible insights and wisdoms. Yeah, I mean, if people are funny, that's kind of like the great excuser, right? It's like, okay, well, it was funny, so even though something about it maybe I don't like, I'm fine with it. Thanks, Jonathan Carpenter. I'm not very dirty right now. Um, but I took a shower, I guess yesterday. Sometimes I go a few days between showers, but I don't really get that sweaty or anything. Well, KG, aren't you a little snitch, huh? Coming here accusing me of being a snitch. What a fucking hypocrite. And time me out for hypocrisy. And general stupidity. It went fine. I mean, it's like I got what I wanted, I guess. He acknowledged that he had fucked up and he apologized, and I got my prescription. But the thing is, it's not great because, like, I keep every time I think about the appointment, I I feel this, like, I don't know, anger at myself or something. Even though it's his fault, but it's like, well, Eric, there you went and alienated somebody else in your life. Great job, dumbass. Or that. So, but yeah, I don't know what else to do besides bust his chops. The weird thing is, I determined in that particular conversation that he is an INFP, not an INTP. For him, it he couldn't he needed to understand it in terms of how I felt, which was weird. Like, I didn't feel like he fully understood what was where I was coming from, or recognized the legitimacy of my point. It started with him saying, like, do you think I was trying to make you mad? And I said, no, I think you had a remarkably casual and cavalier attitude towards my case. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, I guess you're right. Because of course, I had him dead to rights on the fact that he ignored my messages when he could have said, make an appointment or anything else. But then in the end, for him to really come to terms with what was going on there, he had to say the following sentence, and I go, well, yeah, I guess. And he says, so you're disappointed in me. Yes, I'm disappointed in you. Okay. Like, as though that's somehow more informative than all of the actual informative things that I've been saying, right? So it's like my emotions don't matter. The thing is, it's like, obviously the reason I was having that meeting with him because he had made me emotional in his minds of things, right? But you can think of the world as having two kinds of accountability forums, right? One in which how you feel and what you want are all that matter, and one in which how you feel and what you want don't matter at all. And people might think, well, how can you have any kind of accountability thing that doesn't care about how you feel and etc. How you feel and what you want? Well, the answer is because, like in courts, they're interested in determining what's correct and then letting the chips fall where they may. They're not interested in how you feel about it, what you want, uh, except insofar as what you want is consistent with a legitimate case that you can be making. No, I don't like Trump, but I don't. I'm not. I'm not one of those. But I didn't. I liked Kamala Harris even less. I don't think civilized Americans like Trump at all because he's an he's an autocratic populist, you know. What are my pronouns? Shithead and pretty princess. Well, Zane, Arif, if you actually thought that, then you clearly don't have a good grasp on distinction between the physical realm and metaphysical, which is where policy advocacies live, you know. They won't listen to me, Golden Nugget 313. Being good people is all that matters over correct or incorrect. Being good people is the most important thing. Or you all are that plus. I don't even know what I am in those initials that you all say. No, I agree with you that being a good person is the most important thing. Or at least certainly not being a bad person. But as far as correctness goes, my point is mostly that everybody approaches the world in one of those two ways. Either they approach it by understanding what they want and like how they feel about things and then how to get it. So I know this is an important goal in my life because I really want to become a ballet dancer, and this is the steps I'm going to take to get there. It's a perfectly sensible way of dealing with life most of the time. But when we're dealing with when people have conflicts, then those conflicts get adjudicated against a public standard that instead of looking for like who wants it more, it looks for who's correct. No, Jonathan Carpenter, neither of those things is wrong. Okay. Everybody should want whatever they want and not worry about whether it's correct or incorrect to want something. Subjectivities aren't correct or incorrect. That's what makes them subjectivities. No, but see, Alex, see, that's not how I understand things at all. I understand that in the status quo, I I deal with a world that unfortunately puts a unwanted and unnecessary and ultimately unjust barrier between me and the heroes of the story. The heroes of the story are big pharma, right? They come up with these wonderful drugs that I want to have access to. Now, I accept that the status quo reality makes it such that I have to have a barrier between me and my drugs, called a doctor. But I thought I was paying a private psychiatrist to minimize the impediment between me and my drugs, not for him to arbitrarily become an impediment for any time he had any justification for doing so. Thanks, Tripolone. I'm Tripolone's hero. Well, Zane Arif, that's definitely not the case that people being good to illegal immigrants causes harms. It's ridiculous. And I think that you've mistaken, you could maybe make that argument about homeless people, like it's harmful to society to give panhandlers money, or at least to your local community, right? You could make that argument with that, but you certainly can't make that argument with illegal aliens because illegal aliens are nothing but beneficial to the economy. They get no services or government monies or anything like that, and yet they pay taxes in their sales tax purchasing and stuff. So they do jobs that other people don't want to do. They're in certain places in America, they are a resource that Americans use to get various things done, and an important resource for those Americans. So you're wrong about the illegal immigrants, but that's okay. A lot of people are wrong about things. Now you'll note that if you had made the other argument that you could make, you would have been correct, but it wouldn't have mattered. Namely, you could say it's legitimate to deport all the illegal immigrants because that's absolutely within the federal government's enumerated powers to do so. And it's the executive branch's job to do that. So it's absolutely legitimate for Trump to be doing that. You're right. It is absolutely legitimate, but you're not right because you think it's justified by outcomes, which no things are justified as legitimate by outcomes. That's just utilitarianism, which is just the ends justifying the means, also known as the road to hell. Why aren't they allowed in legally with work permits? No, they are allowed in legally. The thing is, it's not that they're it's that it's not that we are allowing in the illegal aliens, right? We're failing to prevent them from entering the country. Well, I agree, Zane Arif. It's absolutely the case that the federal government has been derelict in its responsibility to secure the border. There's no disputing that. But that's not the same thing as how to deal with people who are currently living in the country and actively, you know, engaged in their communities in ways that are life defining. Like for example, you might have a couple of illegal alien parents who came into the country illegally and had children here. Those children are naturalized citizens. So you need to think about like, do you want to go take some American citizens' kids, some little kids, some little American kids? Do you want to go take away their parents from them and deport them? It's fine, Jonathan Carpenter. You don't bother me at all. I get it. You're kind of like crushing or whatever. That's fine. I don't. It doesn't bother me because obviously that's not my deal. But again, you don't need to apologize for your feelings or justify them. Our subjectivities are not things that we need to justify to other people. Inherently, they're not, right? They are subjectivities. That means our feelings and our physical body sensations. Like I don't need to you very rarely do I need to um justify if I say something like I'm hungry, right? It's very unlikely that somebody else is going to say you're not hungry. But I guess it's possible. Nobody has any ill will against you, Jonathan Carpenter. I don't think anything bad about you at all. He cannot remove naturalization um, by executive order. This is what I mean by autocratic populist, right? Oh my God. He's both autocratic and retarded, which always go together. I think you guys are too used to how unsafe the U.S. is and is becoming. You're not even in the U.S. You're not even a U.S. citizen. Well, why do you have such a strong opinion about it? You have a strong opinion about illegal immigration into the United States? Because the thing is, I would agree with you that Europe has an immigration problem because Europe is taking in displaced Muslims. Islam is a problem to a free and civil society. The Gulf of America is an executive order. That fucking tard. It does feel unsafe in places. You know where I never feel unsafe? In Mexican neighborhoods. I'm from Los Angeles. You know, so there's some Mexican neighborhoods. I never feel unsafe in Mexican neighborhoods. I just feel like, oh my God, what terrible decorating taste. How gaudy and horrible is this? But other than that, perhaps you need to be invited to a real Mexican fiesta. I think it's incredibly dumb, Johnny Doe. What do you think of changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico into Gulf of America? It's super, super dumb. It's super dumb and pointless. Like, what are you even doing, dude? He doesn't know what he's doing. No, I'm not saying all Muslims are the same. I'm saying that Islam, as it's practiced in the moderate Muslim world, say Egypt, etc., right? Not as just the extremists practice it, but as it's normally practiced as a mainstream practicing religion, it does not it rejects the primacy of the secular over the sacred expressly and in practice. Well, obviously, Trump doesn't want any Mexico. He doesn't want Mexicans in the country. I don't know why he doesn't like Mexicans so much, but whatever. Yeah, I'm sure the state. We talked about this the other night, Zane. Actually, it is true that I'm sure I've never been to Japan, but I've been to Taiwan, and Taiwan is kind of equivalently not as nice and safe as Japan and everything, but it's also very safe and very like you know contemporary, free and Western society. Uh, but but have very low crime and stuff like that. He tried to start a trade war with China last time, remember? And saying last time this trade war with China is a terrible idea, and it turned out he was right. It worked out fine. So he's not always wrong. I wasn't. I guess he never conveyed to us what he was attempting to do with that, really. So that's why I thought if you don't have an advocacy explaining why you're trying to do something, it should be immediately dismissed as a terrible idea, right? Yeah. No, it's not. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm saying, um, in general, Islam is an ideology, and as carried by people who practice it in the Muslim world, is antithetical to a free and civil society because it expressly um, it expressly places its understanding of the sacred above the secular. In other words, there's no give Caesar his due in Islam. But it doesn't really matter what the holy books say, right? It's a matter what matters is how it's actually practiced by your average everyday Muslim in the Islamic world. So that's why we don't want to allow, in my opinion, it's a bad idea to have like refugees and shit immigrate from Islamic countries because uh, they have deeply held cultural beliefs antithetical to freedom of expression, antithetical to equal and to individual rights. Instead, your rights are dictated by whether you're a man or a woman, etc. It's just, I mean, I don't even know, man. One of the things I will do, trip alone, is work with the Justice Department to constrain the power of the office of the presidency. That may take the form of me purposefully writing some ridiculous executive order that's not within the purview of the president's authority, so that the Department can argue against that executive order, and we can get the courts to rule some constraints in place and stuff. Obviously, there's there's a legitimate place for executive orders. The executive branch is tasked with executing things, right? Well, it doesn't matter what they want here, Lamb. So it's like, cancer wants a nice warm place to live in my body. I'm not saying Muslims are cancer, but I am saying that Islam is a cancer to a free and civil society. H-1B visas are fine. I think they're great. Let's not confuse legal immigration issues with illegal immigration issues. So the problem with illegal immigration, we need to remember this, right? This is super important, is not anything other than the federal government has failed for decades to successfully secure the border. And in this abject dereliction of its duty, we now have lots of people who are in the country illegally. Is it their fault? Should we be mad at them? Well, sure, you could say they entered the country illegally, but that's not really committing a crime per se. It's taking advantage of the sovereign authority over that border's negligence. So we have to hold the right people accountable. It makes no sense to hold illegal Mexican immigrants accountable for their being here. After all, they're not the ones responsible for preventing them from being here. And the reason I think H-1B visas are fine is because, number one, it's not a particularly large number of people who get H-1B visa, and we debated the topic. I could maybe even find my cases on it. So it's fine. Marcus Aurelius says his position is to simply stop legal and illegal immigration. We don't need more people in the country. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Okay. Um, we have plenty of people in the country, and I would also be in favor of stopping almost all immigrations. I mean, the thing is, you do want to be able, if you're an American citizen, you want to be able to have your wife come live with you in the country, right? So I think we're going to have to allow at least some immigrations. Like the U.S. makes exceptions for certain kinds of celebrities and stuff. Uh, there's a list of different professions that you can potentially get an exception for because we want we want you to come play that show here in the U.S., right? Or I guess it would be a residency because it's not the sort of thing that you could do on a tourist visa. Nobody thinks that this DEI stuff is a good idea, obviously. There's no good way to be stupid. It's not like, hey, you were stupid in favor of blue, so now we're going to be stupid in favor of red. There's no good way to be stupid. It may have been the case that it's stupid people believed in this idea called race, presumably because I wasn't around to explain to them. I don't know. I explain things, but people don't listen, man. Well, that's fantastic to dissolve that. See, no liberals are mad about that at all. People who are classically liberal in any meaningful sense, or actually liberal in any real sense, are not in favor of racism, and they're not in favor of of any kind of aristocracy shit, right? Like special privileges for these special people or something. Whether it's white landowners or whether it's black lesbians or whatever. Well, I don't think we should deport everybody who's in the country illegally. Again, I've already explained why. Maybe instead of asking how we're going to afford it, you should reflect on what I've already explained. The amount of turnover in a Trump administration is comical. It's like, oh, god damn it. Are you serious? I just called that small bed. Now I'd have an open ender. Well, it probably won't come to fruition. And everybody wants to be, provocatively wrong about things. I mean, I guess the thing that's wrong is the inclination to be provocative or to be extreme. Like, here's the thing: for everybody who thinks that they're in favor of these deportations, if you had to be the one to go into a family's home with a gun and forcibly tear two hardworking, loving parents away from their desperate, crying children and shove them into the back of a paddy wagon to be driven to Mexico while their kids are tossed into foster care. If you had to do that yourself, you wouldn't want to do it. Or you're a shitty person, one of the two. And it's important to remember, it's not like they committed a crime against anybody. If you got to take someone's parents away because they robbed a liquor store, so be it, right? But they entered the country illegally, which is to say, they they traveled across some desert. It's not their responsibility to know exactly where the border is or not climb over that wall or whatever. I mean, I guess obviously I'm making kind of a ridiculous case on their behalf in that regard, but the point is, even if we do want to hold them responsible, we need to understand that we do harm to the Americans, the many Americans who have them integrated into their lives in some way or another. Maybe they're a farm owner who has hired illegal immigrants to pick fruit or something, etc. Like let's say you even were here on a temporary fruit picking visa, and then you didn't go back, and now your visa's expired, but you're already on with this fruit picking company. So they're counting on you and a bunch of your fellow illegal immigrants, most of whom probably do the same thing, right? Um, to pick all their fruit. All of a sudden, they get it rounded up and deported. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You're failing to understand how when people come to and integrate into the country, like unlike some cultures, Mexicans integrate into the country very seamlessly. But regardless, you're not factoring in like if if your little kid was best friends with Maria at school and they're both fourth graders, and you had Maria come over to your house many times. She was just a regular little American kid, and then you hear one day that her parents being deported, and so she's stuck with the tough choice of going into foster care so she can stay in the country of her birth, country in which she's a citizen, or um, or go with her parents and be torn away from the only home that she's ever known. Right? You got to think about things in a real way. You can't just be like Trump and just be like, I don't think about things. I just use my shitty intuition. I know, I'm making him sound a little bit like Nixon. No, I'm not Charles Manson. I don't know if maybe you didn't hear. They actually put him in prison. Yeah, quite a while ago, in fact. Also, I don't know if you're aware, but he has a swastika tattooed on his forehead. No swastika. What other cultures do you think integrate well? Well, I mean, I think that uh, Chinese people can be quite insular in their communities, more so probably than Mexicans, but they're certainly uh, not not a population of people that causes a lot of problems, right? I think that the only immigrants I'm concerned about at all are Islamic immigrants um, because of the reasons I already articulated. It's just as it's practiced in the contemporary Muslim world, it's considered totally acceptable for it's totally acceptable for for most Muslims in the contemporary Muslim world to have laws that punish people for insulting Islam, drawing pictures of Muhammad, things like that, right? Or being an atheist, even. It's illegal to even be an atheist in in most of those countries, and you can be put in jail for it. So things like that, where you have kind of embedded into your understanding of the world a fundamentally pre-enlightenment kind of barbaric civilization destroying perspective, namely that it's okay to subsume the secular with the sacred. The sacred subsumes the secular. It doesn't and can't in any functioning free and civil society. Well, my point is not whether or not they can be trusted, it's that they can be trusted to have an embedded worldview that's antithetical to a secular democracy. Oh, hey there, Michael. Well, Sonia, I've not been to those places, but have you been to those places? Well, that's how Christians do it, Zane. Okay? That's how Christians do it. The thing is, America is still a mostly Christian nation, but you'll note that there's no religion in our governance. And instead of protecting the sacred from insult, critique, etc., it protects the critiquer, the insulter, from persecution. So if I had a Muslim friend that I liked the first time, well, I do. Okay. I do. I wouldn't, I don't know if we're like close friends exactly, but certainly I consider KE to be friendly. I would call her a friend, you know. I don't want to be insulting to her or anything, and I don't think I am being insulting to any individual Muslims because it is the case that for any individual Muslim, they may be of a perfectly enlightened mindset regarding these things. The issue is this: we don't need to be fair regarding immigration. They're not U.S. citizens. They're not protected by the U.S. Constitution. And the federal government can be as arbitrary as it wants to be in enforcing immigration. That, that includes, in my opinion, discriminating on the basis of religion. Because after all, they're not U.S. citizens, so they're not protected by First Amendment rights until they get here. There's already been a ruling that says once you're here in the country, you're mostly protected by all the constitutional rights. Whether you're here illegally, legally, citizen, whatever. And that's as it should be, right? Because we're saying in this country, these rights are protected. We're not saying in this country these rights are protected for citizens because the rights are articulated as prohibitions on use of government force in certain applications, right? Yeah, I had a lot of fun talking with you, Michael. Time flew by. It was very enjoyable. Of course, you and I would naturally find it really easy to chat because we're both NTPs. I'm an NTP, you're an NTP, but the difference is I get to be E. And poor you have to be I. That's like how big 5 is, right? No, Andy's here. You'll note that the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law as its first words. Right? In other words, the incorporated right that protects our freedom of speech, freedom of expression, is actually not a protection of a right, but a prohibition of legislation of a certain sort. It's been incorporated so the states are burdened by that same prohibition. But you have to understand how the Constitution works first, you know? Western countries invented immigration and messed it up to to going too soft, to being too soft, I see. Well, I mean, some Western countries have more than others, right? Like Norway's not gotten on this whole. Let's take in a bunch of Islamic what are they called? Refugees. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, of course. Well, he has a bit of an alcohol problem, as he talked about around here and with me and with the channel already, so I don't feel concerned about sharing that. But he'd gotten sober for a little while, and I suspect that what happened is he started drinking again. It's still kind of curled up in the bottom of a bottle someplace, yeah. I know when I was drinking, my number one job to myself was don't talk to anybody while you're drunk. Don't call anybody. Just do not engage with anybody. This was like the worst feeling when I'd wake up and I'd be all hungover and like, oh God, I think I talked to somebody on the phone last night. Oh fuck, who? Oh yeah, I gotta look at my phone. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, I guess I just called. Oh no, Hawaiian barbecue. I do not remember this. That's the worst. Why does Israel have so high of a world happiness indicator? Because they know number one rule of life: never stop smiling. Today, I choose joy. That's what they say. They all have a little sign. They all have a little sign up on their walls in their homes, or as the Jews call them, temples. Have little signs that say, today I choose joy. And they wake up in the morning, they pat that sign and they say, today I choose joy, except in Hebrew. Well, that just shows you, Sonia. It shows you how powerful a positive attitude can be. What is the difference between a duck? That question makes no sense, Daniel Bonner. It was earlier this evening. It was the best damn typing premiere ever. So, I would say let's all try to be more like the Israelis and have a positive attitude. Okay? Because right now I'm sensing some of us maybe have a little bit of negativity in our heart. I know, sometimes I have some negativity in my heart too. Every once in a while, not too often. Right now, today, we are going to breathe. And breathe out. Breathe in. Israel. Breathe out. Nobel laureates. Let me guess, Sonia, because of some dumb conspiracy thing or something. I have no idea that they even do have that many economics Nobel laureates. Like, how many do they have? Who's in the lead? What country's in the lead? No, I will not do a typing session typing myself split screen. That would be very boring. Maybe at least one. Well, I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in any Nobel laureate in economics. I think by and large, economists don't understand the economy at all, as well as I do. I mean, most economists don't seem to understand that wealth is a metaphysical quality of beholdens that is generated by doing useful work for other people first, that's then concretized into this fungible thing called money, right? So I don't have much faith in the economists that the world thinks or have value. You know that economics is not a real discipline because you've got multiple completely competing systems that people put out there, different economists put out there, and it's basically just politicized stuff, right? It's like either people, well, I mean, half of it's politicized, half of it's correct, may be politicized, depending on their motivations or whatnot. But there's a whole bunch of junk economics that's just trying to validate the idea that government spending is good for the economy. So, Eric, how many typing sessions have you seen in mine? Don't ask stupid questions. And now, you know what? Maybe it's not a terrible idea. I can't. Yeah. This isn't going well. Whose fault is that? You're the typer. Typist. Okay, Mr. Typist. Typologist, actually. Oh, you don't even know what you're called? How about you suck it, you know? So, obviously, I should win the Nobel Prize in economics, but I need to do some work first if I were going to win it. And I don't feel like doing a bunch of work. Because, you know, Eric being correct isn't enough to get the Nobel Prize. They want you to format it a certain way. They don't want you to just write it in pencil on a napkin and hand it in like that. Do you think I'll win states in wrestling? But I have no idea if you will or not, but I'm rooting for you since you're the only one I know who's competing in states in wrestling. Just be blissfully ignorant until you can't be. Blissfully ignorant of what? Or don't tell me. What do you think about resource curse? I'm not sure what you mean by resource curse. There are only some resources that are like physical commodities. Your traditional resources like timber and oil and etc. There are plenty of other resources that are not finite like that. Just be blissfully ignorant until you can't be. Everything has its time. All right, Ironline, come clean. What is this thing that you know that you aren't telling me because you think I should wait and find out in my own time? I don't want you to just go ahead and give me the spoiler. What is the thing? And it better not be something like, we are all one. I don't want any of that garbage, okay? Just give it to me straight. What is the truth about reality and the universe that you have discovered? I'm ready to hear it. Let tomorrow worry about itself. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that'd be fine if tomorrow would take care of itself as well. A country having plenty of resources won't benefit the indigenous communities, but the resources depleting country will benefit. I mean, sure, but I think that's more or less old news. It's like you're kind of analyzing why it was fucked up. Why the way the world became civilized was so fucked up, right? And it was, but it's what it was. It's not really like that anymore. We don't. I mean, it's kind of turning into that a bit again when you've got imperialism by China and Russia going on concurrently. China is certainly doing that. It really depends on how it's done, by whom it's done, etc. The thing is, you got to remember is, by and large, the money, the economic engine provided by Western investment is beneficial to the people there. So when you say it doesn't benefit them, you're wrong. The thing is, if you're comparing against, does it benefit them compared against them controlling the resources and capitalizing them in an equivalently effective fashion? No, but they would never do that. They haven't been doing that. That's why China can go in there and do that shit, you know? That's not how ideation works, show media. What's up, Wayne? Your channel's awesome. Thanks for helping me change my oil last week. You're the GOAT. Who's Wayne? I don't see a Wayne here. Are you talking to me? I'm not Wayne. I'm Elik. Yeah, I guess he must be thinking he's talking to me. I don't see any other Wayne here. I'm not even sure Wayne's a real name. Yeah. I'm Elik Strauss. That's how I used to say it when I was a little kid, before I went to a speech therapist to get my R's fixed. Hey, Bilo. I'm not Wayne, but I'll still tell you what's good. A lot of things are good, you know. Everything from love to flowers to ponies. All those things are good. Nobody's Wayne. We've determined that it's not a real name. Instead, what it is something the moon can do. You Googled "What's up, Wayne," and it's a shameless act of increasing one's post count on an internet forum without actually contributing anything meaningful. Well, I mean, I think they contributed something meaningful in this instance because it's the first time I've heard it. So today, Winston Baum, you and I both learned what "What's up, Wayne" means. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. I do enjoy making moon jokes. Am I smoking Zaza? No, I'm smoking marijuana. Not sure what this Zaza is, but I don't think I've heard that term, or it hasn't stuck if I had. When somebody later on comes and says that again, then it'll just be boring because we'll have already heard it, you know. Do you smoke that good shit? Asks show media. Well, do ya? Do you, punk? I'm off the Zazzer. Don't you really need two Z's? Because that should be pronounced Zazer. But I'm assuming if the previous thing's Zaza, that it should be Zazer. So I think you really need another Z after the second Z for 3 total Z's. Zamer. Are you calling me Zamer? How did you know that was my gang name? Zamer. Poppin' Fresh. My name is Zamer Poppin' Fresh. He will die. What are the changes you've seen in the economy after COVID? I mean, it's been a nightmare, right? And massive inflation that resulted from forcing shit tons of people to not work for years while continuing to quantitatively ease. So it's been terrible. I was advising against all this nonsense from the very, very beginning. But nobody listened to Eric. Hi, Ruben R. So if you watched like 50 to 60% of your session, it was pretty funny and entertaining. I paused on one of the TI questions because I thought you both got it wrong, but I realized I was doing extra. Well, sometimes I do get them. I forget what I said, or every once in a while I might get it wrong, like just get the logic bit wrong. I'm not perfect at that stuff. Well, what are you perfect at, Eric? I'm perfectly me. You know, in this life, we're going to face a lot of people who are trying to get us down, trying to tell us what we can't do and who we can't be and what we aren't. Well, you know what I want to tell you? You just go ahead and be fabulously you and just love yourself. Just say, I'm me and I'm wonderful. Do you like that? Is it the kind of streamer you'd like to watch? Super positive lady. It's true what super positive lady says, but I'm unfortunately unable to follow her advice myself. I'm bald, I'm dumb, and I am wonderful. People come up to me and they say, Eric, you're stupid and bald. And I say, and wonderful. Kill them with kindness. That's what I always say. Hi, Carter L. FI is not my forte now. It's not. But that lady right there, that's more of an FE kind of thing. It's like ESFJ. And ESFJ, my ex-wife used to say kill him with kindness. Like, how about we kill him with ass kicking instead? It seems like a more appropriate fit, right? How about we, be nice to them with kindness and we kill them with ass kicking? Doesn't that seem to make more sense? Well, there's nothing like the deuce cam. What's the deuce cam? Is that going into the bathroom when I'm going poo with me? It does happen sometimes. Am I wrong that you could be easily manipulated? Me? No, I can't be manipulated at all. I'm not red pilled at all. I may be based, but I'm not red pill. It's like when the water is rude or the waiter is rude and you tip them more, right? That would be killing them with kindness. This will really make them think about how they were rude to me. It's not actually totally wrong, but it's not my MO. Can't afford to be 30 plus miles away from emergency help just in case. Fair enough. Fair. You're saying you don't think I'm going to be qualified to solve the problem? I'm a little bit offended. No, I don't know how I would solve the problem. I'm sure I'd figure something out if it were to arise. Yeah, well, breathing's kind of important. Would you rather get 5 minutes of vicious back shots from Diddy or peed on by R. Kelly? Oh, I'd definitely rather get peed on by R. Kelly. That's a no-brainer. You know, I've probably already been peed on by R. Kelly. I mean, I've been peed on by a lot of people. Damn, anybody. How do you think? How do you think Hitler brainwashed German? I have no idea what that means. Well, ESP in LA right now. That shit is horrible. What shit is horrible? Oh, asthma. Oh, right, LA, right. Now I get the connection. Lamau? Oh, I see. Your LMA is being corrected to Lamau. I misread. That's kind of far from this TV screen. The asterisk looks a little bit like a Mexican question mark. ESP. ESP is a good abbreviation, especially as a word that needs abbreviating. And because it's too long of a word. Especially 4 syllables. 1. How about 1 syllable? ESP. Why are you meowing at me? I don't want you to meow at me. Eric, what do you think of Ableton Live? I've never used Ableton Live. I did use Fruity Loops way back in the day, though. So I'm not a good person to ask because I just use Audacity. I've been using it for years and years, so. When do I think I will die? I don't think that's a bad question to ask. I'm going to say 3020. I'm sorry. I mean, 2120. It doesn't go from 2000 to 3000. 2120. So 100 years from now, about. That's when I think I'm going to die. And I think the way I'm going to die is I'm going to be driving and there's going to be a rock slide and it's going to push my car off the road. I don't just think that. I know that. And the reason is because I am a Cyclops. And Cyclopses, as we all know the time and circumstances of their death before it happens. And that's one to grow on. It's true, that's what Cyclopses can do that regular people can't do. But it may not be true that there are actually any Cyclopses. It's almost certainly not true that there are any Cyclopses, but you never know. There could have been Cyclopses at one point. Or it could have just been a regular 2-eyed person with one of their eyes poked out. That's also highly possible. Classical learning theory. Yes. I like to teach important things. For example, did you know that disease used to be caused by trolls that visited people during the night? After the trolls they eventually kind of died off, were killed off, and what people didn't know is the trolls were what was keeping things like viruses, cancer, everything else at bay. So that's what led us to the world that we're in now. night trolls. But not the kind of trolls that are in a live stream. Rather, the kind of trolls that live under bridges. And are green. And kind of bumpy, you know. You have a James boner? What's a James boner? Is that when your boner is being very proper and British, like somebody named James? I say, Rachel, fancy a roll in the hay with me? I'm Eric's boner, James Boner. Sounds like a British guy, right? More than a year, even. We haven't had a troll incident in months here. We have them all the time. They just don't really leave an impression because they're not very. They don't elicit a lot of response from me, right? They still are kind of nonstop. It's just you're not going to remember them unless it gets me upset. Most of them, there's so many of them that it's just kind of a steady stream of. You just think, oh, I guess there's not really any trolling going on. I'm just better at dealing with it, right? I don't let people hang around and be toxic for very long. Who coined the term boner? It was, in fact, James Boner, 17th century British nobleman who went to Oxford one day and said, "We need a name for it. You know, when your John Thomas gets kind of stiff, you know, like hard, stands up on its end, you know." And they said, "Well, how about we just name it after you?" "You mean call it a boner?" "Oh, I think that's a great idea." The School of the Americas coined the term boner. Well, I think maybe it was coined in Growing Pains, where Kirk Cameron's friend is named Boner. The earliest known use of the noun boner is in the 1840s. Good to know. Good to know. Boner is trending like crazy on Google Trends. Is it really? Yeah, I saw the pitch shield. I think we do get that it's the reason the term exists as it does. Oh, you just made that up, I see. Very funny, Ruben. Some of us don't like being fooled. I think a better term for it is erection. It makes it sound like, you know, I'm putting up a skyscraper. Morning wood. That's a specific kind of boner. That's a subset of the general set of boners. You prefer the term bricked up. That's a good term. I like that. I've heard it before, but if you had asked me a second ago to come up with another term, I never would have come up with that. It's honorable. Bricked up is honorable. Oh, you mean your penis is honorable when it's bricked up? Will the honorable Judge Penis please rise? When I first heard it, I thought it meant somebody being uptight as if they had a brick up their ass. Well, you know the term gun shy, which basically means, you know, like a dog that's been startled too much by a gunshot sound will, you know, if you want to be a hunting dog, you need to worry about that quality of being gun shy. Well, the thing is, I periodically use this term puss shy to describe me and possibly other people, right? Uh, and what puss shy means is like you're kind of scared of girls, because you're an intuitive and you find you're probably an intuitive thinker and you find that scary. Well, I guess I could just call. I probably should do so since there's a potential flush on the board, but I did win. I probably should have just raised it. That's fine. With three clubs on the board, I didn't want to risk it. I started another program. Now I've got double my entry already at $10.82. Wow. $10.82 of pure muscle. Yo, sir, I got a question. I can't think of a name. I will have some kind of a response for you. Either it'll be an answer to the question, or I'll answer the question by saying I don't know, or that's base, or I might answer by saying I don't want to tell you that, or I'm not going to answer that. It's possible too. There are theories that human male penises have a mushroom tip because it creates a suction that pulls out any semen from other men that's hanging around up there. Really? That's gross. Say your favorite cheese. I'm gonna say cheddar. Sweet, delicious cheddar. But I could go with like, Munster. I like Munster. I mean, there was never anything shy about it. I mostly have stopped taking the Wellbutrin, so I don't need it, but it kind of is nice. We all have a name for our fella down there. I mean, I mean, I have many names for it, but not any really specific name. Can we just get out of the locker room here, please? There's no reason for all this crassness and vulgarity. I'm an old man with very sensitive sensibilities. Do I wash it? You mean my penis? Yes, I wash it every time I take a shower. I don't go out of my way to wash it in between showers. How many times a day do you wash your penis? I'll be right back. I just gotta go wash my dick. Can't be too hygienic. My position is this. Like, why should I brush my teeth more often than I wash my dick? I like to wash at least 5, 6 times a day. I mean, you never know when someone's gonna want to shake your dick. You don't want to get germs on them. So, yeah, I probably don't wash my dick that much. Right, wash your hands before you pee makes more sense, right? Because then you avoid getting your hands dirt on your dick. Who wants hand dirt on their dick? There's great advice, everybody. I commend you for your great advice. I think that together we're going to become lifelong learners who know the ways of things beyond that which others know. Because around here, We're a certain kind of learner. We're lifelong learners. I got you. I got you right here in my heart. It's where I keep you. Why would someone choose to chew something that they could just swallow? Oh, well, I try to dissolve Adderalls in my mouth some of the time because you get, you'll lose some of the drug if you swallow it into your stomach acid. But I would only ever do that with speed, really. I can't think of anything else I do that with. Oh, I do it with Klonopin too. Michael says the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl. What I would say is that I'm rooting for the Buffalo Bills, but really I'm rooting for the Washington Commanders, formerly the Washington Redskins. The artist formerly known as the Washington Redskins. Okay, fine, I'll go all out. I got two pair, might as well. Let's see. I'm glad I left. Left the previous table. Started a new table. I'd buy it for $5 again, so I took away that profit from the previous table. Put it to good use. Won the first hand here with my two pairs, aces and sevens. Yeah, pills. So it's just for pills that you want to make sure you extract all of the pilly goodness from them. That includes your amphetamines, your benzodiazepines. I went against my own wise advice and bet the Texans plus 8.5 last week. Of course, they lose by 9. I was actually live streaming towards the end of that game, I think, and I remembered that you had told me that, and what the guy said when I was live streaming was that they changed the line since you had made your bet. I don't know. I don't remember which way they changed it though. But I guess when you make your bet, you get the line that you bet at, right? And even if they change it, I've never really done any sports betting, so I'm not exactly sure how it works. I'm assuming that must be how it works. Snake year is coming up, Caroline. You know that's a euphemism for, I think you know. It's a euphemism for the devil. That's what I was talking about. 10, Jack, Queen, King. Oh, delay, homie. Sup. Delay what? What would you like me to delay? I was a little surprised by the Detroit Lions losing to the Washington Commanders. You know, were you surprised by that too? God damn it, I don't want you to. You know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna fold. Yeah, bet that much pre-flop. Leon says, squinty eyes laughing, squinty eyes laughing. I would like to see the Buffalo Bills defeat Kansas City because obviously we're all tired of Kansas City. But you know who I really don't like? I really don't like the Philadelphia Eagles. Get out of here, Philadelphia Eagles. I was very glad when the Baltimore Ravens lost too. I think of the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens as being both like the Atlanta Braves. Just like Ew. Nobody likes that. Oh, you were surprised by it too. Okay. Well, if you were surprised by it, then it really was surprising. But maybe the Commanders are that good, you know? Maybe the Commanders really are that good. Because their quarterbacks seem to be quite. Well, I guess the commentators were saying something about this too, which is probably why I'm thinking about it. Is he seems to be making a lot of good decisions. You know, quarterbacks have so little time to make decisions, and I suspect that with the added intensity of a playoff game, win and go home, it just if nothing else, it's like a little bit more distraction probably. But he didn't seem to make really any substantial mistakes that I remember. And that boy Klaus says, yeah, he plays like a 10-year vet, but he's a rookie. Yeah, a rookie. Who am I going for? Well, I would like to see the Commanders win because they're the underdogs. They'd be kind of the Cinderella team, you know, a little bit. You can have such a thing in the NFL. But I'd also be okay with the Buffalo Bills winning. Obviously, nobody wants the Kansas City Chiefs to win except for people in Kansas City. They've already won plenty. And all good people don't like the Philadelphia Eagles. Sorry, Philadelphia. It's fine if people like the Phillies. If people want to like the Flyers, that's fine. 76ers, that's fine. But not the Eagles. Not on my watch, Satan. All is all is well. Well is everything that's in hell. Coach speech. We just need to do our job right now. We're not doing a good enough job doing a job. Isn't that hilarious? He says it so fast too. He says all of that so fast. We just need to do our job right now. We're not doing a good enough job doing our job. He's like spits that shit out like bam. I would rather not hear that question for the billionth time. It's so boring. Be less boring. It's like, what makes you think it's a good idea to copy and paste somebody else's dumb idea in a bunch of live streams? It's not a good idea. It's the opposite of a good idea. It's a bad idea. It's like whoever it was that told Britney Spears that she was rats in a tent. That was a bad idea because then she made that song about it. I'm not rats in a tent. All right, we're gonna go outside for a cigarette now. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. I don't want to erase it. I'll just fold that. I missed whatever got Eric leaping from his seat. I'm going outside to smoke a cigarette. That's what got me leaping from my seat. We're starting a fight club, but I don't want to be part of your fight club. You know why? Because I'm easily damaged. I don't like to be jostled. I don't want to be bruised or get any scrapes. Instead, I would like to start a handshaking club, where instead of fighting, we just shake each other's hands. Let me see what we got here. Okay. Let's go outside now. We'll go outside. We'll find a cigarette. I do have a 6, but it's not really what I wanted to come out. That's fine. This is gonna be a small pot anyway. $1.40, huh? I'm gonna fold. Now we're going to turn on the lights so that you can see me, I can see you. Together we'll go pee and we'll poo. Okay, Eric sing us "Fly Me to the Moon." I don't know the words to it. I'd have to look up the words. I mean, I know some of the words to it. I know "Fly Me to the and Moon." Fly me to the moon, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Whatever, like that. Except with meow meows instead of the words, because I don't know what the words are. It's not a mouse. I don't know what it is. Actually, it's a little figurine of some kind of Rachel's, but I don't think it's a mouse. We can go inside and look at it. If a cat sang "Fly Me to the Moon," oh, they'd sing it meows. I was singing meows. Meows are different than meows. You know, I do like to sing those kind of old songs like I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted. Then someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering what in the world can I do? I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy for loving and crazy for trusting and crazy for loving you. I don't want to sing Fool's version. That's about the Elvis. I don't want to wait the Elvis. Oh, I'm just an Italian mama. I can't sing it to Elvis. You should know that by now. Italian mamas can't sing the Elvis. That was Riz, mister. Well, thanks. I wasn't trying to Riz anybody. I already have my Riz bucket, and that's Rachel. I pour all of my Riz into that bucket. If some people get rizzed accidentally, I can't help that. But I'm not trying to flirt with anybody, just for the record. Fly me the moon, let me play among the stars. You can't play with stars, Anthony. Do you have any idea how hot they are? I'm sure those aren't the lyrics. Frank Sinatra had a little bit more respect for fire than that. Playing with the stars. And you shouldn't play with celebrities, obviously, either. Otherwise, you'll end up unconscious in the dumpster outside of Diddy's house. Oh, very well. I'm here, like, sitting here just, oh, what should I do? Conflicted over a 33-cent bet. These super low stakes are great. I love them. You know, being able to play 5 cent, 10 cent. Buying is $5. It's great. And what's interesting is you can't buy in for more than $5, but you can add on once you go below $5 to over $5. So I mean, I don't know why they have it like that, but it's a brand new site. I'm gonna fold. You can blame it all on me. It helped produce. I'll go inside and read what that says. Okay. You just be patient. I'll come inside right now where I'll be able to see what you're saying without straining my poor little eyes. My beautiful, beautiful eyes. Oh my God, Eric, your eyes are so expressive. You see how expressive they are? What do you think they're expressing right there? I think they're expressing support for women's suffrage. Hi, Brism McPot. Oh, bottles full of bub. You're talking about the bottles full of bub. You're talking about Shorty's birthday. I remember that. It was a fun time. Everybody had a great time. I was saying, like, she was drinking. I was saying, go, Shorty, go. It's your birthday. I'm not selling any feet pics. Thank you very much. Oh, well, that wasn't even my healing gaze. Tyler B, did I ignore you? I was outside, so I couldn't see very well. When did you say something? What did you say? Repeat what you said. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm sorry. Will you, can you, maybe, ever, someday forgive me? We'll find out, maybe. I don't know, and you don't know, but somebody might someday. Nards. No, thank you, Tyler B. I didn't see that, but had I seen that, I might have ignored it. I have nice vibes, thank you. I went to Vibe Finishing School, where they helped me with my previously vulgar and unfinished vibes. You don't objectify me. He's not really objectifying me. He's not saying like, ew, I want to hump you like an animal. He's saying he wants me to step on his nuts. I don't think that qualifies as objectifying me. It just qualifies as another interesting thing that one encounters on YouTube, I guess, you know. I've had people ask me for penis pictures before. I just said, no. Where would you get the idea that I'd be open to that? They were very serious about it. Like, who would call me and say, I really want you to send me that? I don't know. Well, I do know who would, but the point is, right, people, explaining people's tastes. Why am I following you in here? God, this cat, man. Leave me alone. Let me just be in here. A cat is oppressing me. Oh, it's fine, listen, Mom. I mean, I get it. I don't mean to be second guessing your moderations and stuff and admonishments and so forth. But I did, so I'm sorry about that. Well, I opened in a straight draw, and I've got a backdoor straight flush draw and a flush draw. So I'm going to be in this hand, I guess. ENTP penises are in high demand. I don't feel like pleased by it or anything about it really. As soon as it happens, I forget about it again. That's fine, Mr. Mom. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring a piñata full of poo to your party. That was wrong of me. Okay, this is not good. I just have a pair of sevens now. None of my draws came true. Wait, none of my draws came true. I'm gonna have to fold now. I'm not doing any of those things, Tyler B. I don't send people things. So just no. I mean, I did send some people their soulmate pictures that I drew for them. That's different. That's different, okay? Because I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that with my wanting bones. I do poop on some kinds of parties, yes. Parties that include sex stuff, I definitely poop on those parties. Proper parties, from my perspective, are parties that have ideally lots of different drugs available. You know, at least 5 different drugs. Hey, it's Shelly. Don't troll Shelly. She doesn't like it. I mean, Shelly, I'm sure that's just a troll magnet, isn't it? Just say that as your name. You must get trolled relentlessly all the time. My other account is flagged. What did you get flagged for? Being bad? Dear Shelly, you are bad. We ain't having it. Oh, a live copyright. Fair enough. I'm going to bet 10 cents. It's risking a lot, but it's something I can do. Your son played awesome. Oh wait, so it wasn't the original? Normally they don't give you any kind of copyright strike for covers. They might claim all the revenue from the video, but they don't do copyright strikes for covers. As far as I know. You know what, Tyler B? Where you see just one set of footprints, That's where I was carrying you. Because you had gotten so tired of walking. I'm going to bet 10 cents again. This time I just have ace high, ace king. Yeah, I got 2 overcards to the board. Might as well stay in the hand a little while longer. By betting 10 cents, it's kind of a blocker bet. Oh my god. Tyler, stop being gross. You're making me be like, stop it. Because nobody wants you to be all gross. Fine, I'll fold. Tyler, just enough. You're not entertaining. Alright, you're done. Yes, good, thank you. Goodbye. They're not even actually interested in that. They just want to be provocative. They're they were dissatisfied with here because instead of being provoked, they just explained that he wasn't being entertaining. That there was no value in what he was providing. And, people don't necessarily want to hear that, but sometimes they need to hear that. They just carry on and on about that stupid nonsense. It's fine once, but it's just ongoing. Just stop it already. I don't have any strategy for rizzing up ladies. I always hated dating. I'm puss shy. Anyway, as I was beginning to say before, um, like I use this term puss shy. I didn't make it up. I heard it from Taylor, and God damn it! Why don't you just give me another diamond? Oh, I still won. Yeah, that's nice. I don't have any strategy for rizzing up ladies. I've always been, kind of beta male, puss shy type, and intuitive. Somebody who was, by the time they were done thinking about all the possible, you know, like, oh, I wonder if she would be offended if I went to try to talk to her, or if she would be, thinking through all of that shit, then, some other guy has already gone up to the girl and taken her to the dance floor or whatever. But what I think is funny is that Rachel uses the term to mean gun shy, like basically, if you know what that term means. she says, I know it doesn't mean this, but I'm a little bit push shy after this time when, I don't know, maybe I got mad about something. She of course is maybe push shy, but that's that's not what she means there. She uses that. I like her claiming of the term to mean gun shy. I think it's great. Oh, fine. I'll call it. Okay, we're gonna go back and sit down now. I think I'm going to get a beverage, unless Rachel still has iced tea in her can. Okay, Michael, that's fine. Just you're probably gonna want to take care of that before you get into bed. Just be my recommendation. Obviously, not trying to tell you what to do. All right. Little stepdad says Eric is the man. Well, I am a man. That's for sure. One of many. Being a man is not a particularly uncommon thing to be. There are billions of us. But I guess being the man is a little bit more rare. One of the most famous the man is the man with a plan. He's famous for being the man with the plan. Why I liked Eric so much, but I came here to troll. He had a better answer than my troll. All hail chat. Well, that's great to hear. I'm happy to hear it. I got bottom pair. Flop comes out. King, queen, jack. One club. Not what I was looking for. All right, so I'm going to sit down here. Gordon's Fisherman. I do, maybe, that's not a terrible comparison, especially when I'm wearing my wool hat. Oh, there it is. I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. When I'm wearing this, I'm especially extra Gordon's Fisherman with this hat on. What do you think about asymmetric relationships on intertype relationship charts? I don't know socionics well enough to understand what they're referring to as asymmetric. Is it, for example, extrovert with an introvert? Is it a perceiving type with a judging type, or what? What comprises asymmetry? But what light through yonder window breaks? It's Juliet. And she's being anally fisted? Shakespeare. You can't have this in the play. Like what an ESP might assume about, say, an INTP. Okay, so is it asymmetric because one has like all the power, because like ESTP has extroverted sensing, dominant, has extroverted intuition, pretty reasonably strong in the eighth slot, and TI tool, whereas the INTP, their TI is not that much better. The NE of the ESTP, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think regarding those kind of relationships that for example, me and ISTP is supervisor, supervisee. Yeah, I talk about it all the time. I still do. I still talk about it. But that doesn't mean I know what socionics is referring to when they say asymmetric. I know that they're referring to some aspect of it. And from what he said, what they're referring to is a disparity in power, essentially, that's determined by the function stack. So benefactor, beneficiary, and supervisor, supervisee are two disparity relationships. And so that's what they mean by asymmetric. No, there's nothing wrong with a little anal gaping. I'm just saying, please don't do it at the dinner table on Easter Sunday. Well, I know grandma does it, but, we can't really tell her what to do. And a tattoo of Vivi writing a chalk oboe Final Fantasy is the best franchise of all time. It's also the most lying title of all time. In asymmetric relationships, it's hard to get along when people aren't aware of the dynamics. I see. Okay. Well, I mean, hopefully they mean something specific besides just difficulty getting along. But that's why I don't particularly care for socionics explanations with the inner types. But I think the reason that socionics is best manifest by its intertype relations is that they're mostly descriptions, not explanations. because socionics doesn't explain things correctly. Socionics consistently does not know how to explain things, what an explanation would look like, etc. But that doesn't mean they can't describe things correctly sometimes. And some of their intertype descriptions are correct, but most of all, it is correct to use as a frame of reference how two different types are going to engage with one another, because it's one of the best ways to exemplify some function dynamic stuff. Right? Because it's a great franchise and they couldn't quit. It's still going. What franchise? What is piety? This goes to Plato, host Eric. What you just said is very important. Oh, okay. I'm not sure exactly what I just said. I don't really remember what I was talking about. Oh, definitions versus explanations. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm saying, I was saying descriptions versus explanations. Descriptions. So it's a lot easier to describe things accurately than it is to explain them accurately. You're hungry? Well, you should eat something. Show media. Perhaps some frogs. That's what I'd recommend you eat. Sometimes I wonder if I was typed correctly, but then I think about how disrespectful it would be to question your correctness. No, listen. Sometimes I get people wrong. Um, it's there's certain there's a certain amount of range that I would have to get somebody wrong. So it's conceivable, Caroline, that you are. I said to you INFJ, right? I think it's conceivable you might be ENFJ, possibly. Like I might get those two. I might type you one of those and be wrong in that way. Although I don't think I was wrong with you. But the thing is, it's always fine to. It's always the case that in any given instance, I might not be correct. Uh, because when typing somebody, that's as much art as science, and there are people like the person whose typing session went up today, right? Where I had to explain to them at the end, look, I feel very convinced you're an INTP, but I don't have a definitive way to distinguish between INTP and ENTP. So technically, I can't prove adequately to my satisfaction that you're one and not the other. But Caroline, you're definitely beta quadra. I mean, I don't remember super well the thing, but God damn it, I don't want to call this. Fine, I'll fold it. I don't believe in subtypes. We'll put it this way. So there are two kinds of understandings of what a subtype might be. So you could have subtypes like you do of eggs. Egg is a type of food. If you boil it for a certain length of time, it becomes soft boiled. Longer, hard boiled. If you scramble it, it's scrambled. If it's over easy, it's got various kinds of eggs. And so, in that understanding of what you might call subtypes, you would say that you're dealing, every individual of, say, ESFP type is going to be an egg. But depending on how they're cooked, they're going to fall into distinct categories. In other words, if they had a childhood that was nurturing in these ways and meow in these ways, then they're going to come out soft boiled. So you might have that might conceivably be the case, but and you wouldn't really need an explanation for that. The problem with subtypes are any subtypes that include an explanation of any kind, because there might be observationally subtypes of the sort of the egg kind, but there wouldn't be subtypes of the like MMROPG variety. Namely, you got two knights, and then as they proceed along, they select different skills and stuff, so they end up being quite distinct from each other in terms of their expression as knights. But that's not that would those kind of subtypes don't exist. Like this branching differentiation doesn't exist. But regardless, I don't really think subtypes exist at all. I think that different individuals within a given type express differently. Some INFJs are, I mean, like Rachel will express quite differently in different contexts, even. Sometimes she will seem very extroverted if the circumstances call for more social engagement. Um, and a lot of times she'll seem quite introverted. Like with me, she's very introverted. She doesn't have a lot to say usually. So, I mean, the thing is about nature versus nurture. I don't really think it plays a big factor, but it does play some. Because your personality is defined as the parts of yourself that remain the same throughout your whole life. In other words, that are more or less independent of your experience. So when we're talking about cognitive function types, we're talking about the aspects of a person that aren't significantly impacted by different experiences. It's conceivable that we could toss enneagram types into there and perhaps come up with a better alternative to subtypes that does something similar. Because I do think that enneagram type happens to observationally be correct. It's not an explanation, and accordingly, I can't defend it except to say that it appears observationally to be correct. That people have this, they have a relationship with these three possible negative emotions: fear, anger, and shame, and that relationship can be either confronting, withdrawing, or avoiding. It seems observationally to be true. Certainly, it's easy to observe it in the head quadra, or the head triad. Uh, the anger, it's easy to see nines, eights, and ones. You can tell them apart easy as day. But it's harder to see in the other ones sometimes. Yeah, well, you definitely need reassurance from outside sources. Yeah, like Rachel, she wants to hear what she wants to hear from whatever thing that she's sourcing, to ask usually some questions about our compatibility, which it should not be interpreted to mean that she has doubts about our compatibility so much as uh, she just wants to hear these things. She wants confirmation. She also doesn't seem to like, she wants very specific kinds of things telling her about herself. It's funny because then when it's wrong about her, then her intuition kicks in and she's like gets upset about it and mad about it, and then she comes and talks to me about it because hi KJ. Also, there's the factor of introverts showing their extroverted functions. Right. Well, yeah. In engaging with the world, you use your tool function. So it does tend to make it such that for people who aren't experienced in typing, at least, there is a tendency to mistype a certain percentage of introverts as extroverts of the correct type, but the wrong introversion extroversion. Um, and same with the extroverts, because after all, the extroverts are using their introvert tool function. In fact, that's what happened with Isaiah Rude. He's an ENTP, but I initially typed him as INTP because he, in the typing session, he was, in his tool function. As people tend to be in their tool function when they're confronted with new experiences and stuff, right? When they're trying to do work in the world. Someone will need to become an ENTJ and an ESTJ. They're hardwired to be ISTP craftsmen. temperamentally. Okay. 6 working genius. 6 working genius? I don't know what 6 working genius means. But I do know that 6 comes between 5 and 7. Where exactly, we're not sure, but somewhere in between them. That's number 2, function number 2. Sometimes called the sexiest function of the entire bordello. Your tool function is also your polar. Your tool function defines your polar. So it's like whatever your tool function is, the other one of that kind of function is your blind spot. So for me, TI is my tool function, so FI, the other deliberation function, is my blind spot. It's because you use your tool function all the time as the default way of doing things. So much so that you have as the other way of doing that same kind of thing a place of least resistance, as they say in Socializing. I think that's also a good description of reality and, the 7-slot function and how it plays out in your life. Certainly, I experienced that when I was in an abusive relationship with a BPD woman who was trying to hurt my feelings all the time, and I was trying to parse out her hurtful words for correctness so I could be accountable or something. Obviously, suboptimal. Well, fine then. I'll just have to fold. So it's easy to talk about sometimes your polar in terms of your tool function. To understand it better, to say and that's a great example with TI and FI. A FI polar person is TI tool. So when you tell me you're ugly, Eric, and have a big nose or something, I'm going to evaluate that for correctness. I'm going to say, well, yes, you are correct. I am ugly and have a big nose. What can I tell you about that? I don't know. You're correct. I'm just gonna say that. I'm not gonna critique the other person for being mean, because I don't think that's a legitimate criticism or something. I don't know. So yeah, it was terrible, Caroline. Oh my God, it was a miserable 2.5 years. I mean, there are plenty of things I liked about living in Laverne and stuff, but Kimberly it was a nightmare. So now if you're FI tool, you've got it the other way around. It's like for FI tool people, they can't even conceive of and will deny the possibility that somebody can be unbiased. What they don't get is, I can't not be unbiased. And that's not only because of TI tool, it's also because of NI fifth. So TI tool also happens in ESTPs, but they're considerably less correct because their NI, which is their conscious way of knowing, is instrumental. It's not an absolute value. No, I'm not always streaming. I've been streaming tonight for I don't know exactly how long. Not a super long time though. And I didn't stream all day. I did get the last bits of touching up of the tan paint in that room over there done this morning. And I additionally pulled up the drop cloth from in there because I have to retape it to get the baseboards. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to retape that bitch. I'm retaping. And when I do, I'll be painting by your shoe at the baseboards like I do. I am painting Mew Mew Mew. You like that song? You liking the color on the walls of the guest house? Cool. Thank you for your input. It's looking better now that it's dried. I think it's a little bit less orange, but I won't really know what I think about it until I see it with the trim done. I'm kind of excited to do that. You know, we may even go over there and try to get a little bit of that done if I feel a burst of energy or something. I take Walgreens over CVS any day, Walgreens. CVS stands for constantly very shitty. See you, Carter L. It has been fun. Thank you for being here. I've enjoyed your company. I hate CVS, Walgreens. If you are, you have found yourself one of, I'm sure, many, many people who think that CVS is unbelievably garbage. Or, in other words, constantly very shitty. Yeah, last time we went to CVS, we were down in Oakhurst. I took Rachel to urgent care. They prescribed her something, and oh, it was just so very shitty in there. And we've been going to the pharmacy and the supermarket here in town for quite a while now, so I've kind of forgotten the experience of actually going to CVS and being in the sewage of its awfulness. Oh, CVS is terrible. While we were standing in line, this old man came and stood behind us, and he started just writing in about how terrible CVS is. Just like, oh, well, you got to get here now because sometimes they take their lunch break early, and you never know exactly. And yeah, she's had an official California ID for a long time. I don't want to return to Allah, but I will return Allah to the store. Please, I'd like a refund. Someone gave me this garbage for Christmas. How about that? Does she have good insurance? We don't have any health insurance. Health insurance is just a way to not get satisfaction. Just get a bunch of needless tests and shenanigans done. There's no such thing as good insurance, show me to you. Good health insurance is not having health insurance and paying for health care out of pocket. That's good health insurance. That's good health care. It's not health insurance. That's why I got satisfaction. I got satisfaction from my doctor. Maybe I had to pay him to have an appointment with him just so I could scold him and inform him of how he fucked up. Hi, Shelly. Your account got hacked, huh? Well, good for you. Well, show media, what I'm saying is Rachel and I don't have health care. It's like we have a psychiatrist, and I'm trying to have him be as one-stop a shop as possible. But doctors don't want to be one-stop shops. They're all part of the drug hostage extortion unit. Like, hey, don't you extort that patient for my kind of drugs. I want to be able to extort them too. You're not the only one who should get that money out of these patients. Fuck you, doctors. Just let me deal with the pharmaceutical companies directly, and we won't be having this discussion anymore. Instead, we've got this codified, legislated bullshit wall between me and my decisions about what drugs I want to take. I don't want to have to get your permission slip to get my drugs. Just fuck off. Everybody in healthcare, just fuck off. That's all I have to say about that. You know? I think you do. You're tired of them all? You're tired of all the healthcare people? Well, I can tell you they don't. They're not a huge Eric fan, right? Because I am not afraid to, pay my doctor to scold him and explain. No, 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 no. Right. Gregory and his guys hate the lies. He wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they always run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. Oh, yeah, you got lawyer vibes? I mean, the thing is, doctors, it's rare you get any opportunity to hold their feet to the fire. Just because I've got a psychiatrist and he has you say what length of appointment you want to book. So I said, I want to book a 45-minute long appointment for this one. Why am I going to pay extra for my doctor's appointment? Because I want to make sure he's fully 100% scolded by the end of it. But then I feel bad now, too. It's like after I ended up busting his chops, now I feel like a horrible person, even though it's his fault. I tried to explain this to him too. Look, you are a psychiatrist. You're gonna have an outsized impact on your patients. It's like I'm me, so this is at least gonna happen to me. But what might be just a casual meow for you might be a big deal to your patients because of the power disparity. You have all the power in the relationship. I will say happy birthday to you, Mila. Mila, it's your birthday. Today is the day that you turn 74 years old. And I want to thank you for your service because you had a long career in the Coast Guard. And also I want to thank you for being a friend because you were on the Golden Girls. Thank you for being a friend. You see people right now blaming Ross Ulbricht for the government's problem? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. You serve no purpose? Well, I mean, I think it's generally correct to say that people's existence is its own purpose, and that's why you exist. Yeah, we will probably sing again live at the place, the open mic. We just keep, not getting to it at the right time or something. I've got a 6, so I should win this hand, no problem. I do. That's good. I'm back up over $5 now. So, no Sir Rom 3. I think it can be very difficult. It can be very difficult to like oneself or love oneself. I know that I'm very bad at that. In fact, I say frequently, still not quite as often as I did or before, but I still quite frequently say, I hate myself. Kind of like a mantra, actually. Unfortunately, I would like to stop. Kind of Tourette's light. Shelley. Is that short for Michelle or Shalandra? A lot of Shalandras out there. Figure you might be one. I'm Shalandra Shellen Smith. Shalandra Schmellen Schmidt. Who's they? Who hacked you, Shelly? Was it uh, somebody you knew? Or did you get caught by like a phishing email or something? Fine, you know what? I won't play that hand then if you're going to bet that much free flow. I was going to play that, but now you don't get the benefit of me playing that 5-3 offsuit. I shouldn't have been playing it. But I was going to, and now I'm not going to. Nah, two. Let me see what this says. Oh, my two. Is that Spanish for me? Do guys with their flies down calm you down, Caroline? No, show me this. That's not what she means. She means it thrusts into the forefront of her perception that he's just a regular guy who makes mistakes and etc. And made her feel sympathy, I'm sure, or at least empathy. Ah, see, I was right. I had posited that you felt sorry for him. And it turns out I was right the whole time. I was right as rain, as they say. Right as rain and wrong as pain. That's what my grandpa used to say. He didn't, but let's pretend he did. Ah, fine, I'll fold it. God. I have got it. I've got that magic something that makes everybody go wild. Is that what he said? He said, he's in it. So he's getting to the bottom. Oh, you mean he's in IT? I see. Gotcha. I thought you kind of meant like he was the new it girl. Oh my God, Caroline's husband, you have got it. Well, you know, I have some pairs of pants where my fly falls down a lot more than others. Some pairs of pants are stubborn like that. Sure, yeah, I'm sure doctors do their best, you know. I wasn't. I guess Dr. Ingram actually summed it up as well as it can be summed up. I was disappointed in him. I expected better from him. And I also thought he had forgotten some of his previous engagements with me because he was taking me awfully lightly if he thinks he was going to get away with that shit, you know. I have had to go to war plenty of times with plenty of medical professionals. He should know that. I didn't want to have to bust his chops. I like him, you know. He fucked up and he gave me no choice. People do, and they fuck up. They give me no choice but to bust their chops. Hold them accountable. With the sternness of my scolding. Thanks to my stern scolding and a very disappointed frown, somebody's learned a valuable lesson here today. That's what I do. I teach teachable moments. I provide lessons to the people of the world. Lessons like, hey, don't touch that. And shh, you're being too loud. You know, those kind of lessons. Life lessons, learning lessons, living, loving, laughing lessons, the whole 9 yards. Everything you always wanted in a lesson and more. Okay, well, I wanted that joke. That's good. I'm back over $5 now. We're only four-handed at the moment. I have to leave this table, go to a different table. Bad camera shots. You need to see your face. Oh, well, I try to not actually smoke on camera, but I will. Here's my face. Okay, you can look at my face if you want. I don't think my face is that great to look at, but if you want to look at it, here it is. God damn it! I thought I called. Well, that's fine. But just as well I didn't get involved in this hand. I would have had to see it out this far to see if it got to the flesh at the end, probably. And I don't get to see the river, so I don't know what would have happened. I'm a handsome devil, yeah. I was voted handsomest devil, most likely to become a handsome devil in high school. Hello, Levi. Hello. I'm going to just smoke this cigarillo, and then I'll go back inside where humans live. Thanks. It's actually not a porch. It's a covered wraparound walkway thing. But it's very, very much appreciated in weather. Even if it's just cold out like right now, it's notably warmer underneath this thing than it is out in the outside. What country am I in? I'm in the U.S. America. We live in California. I'm in Mariposa County, which is up in the mountains. We are rather in the boonies. It's kind of isolated back here. Like we're on propane. We have a generator that plugs into the wall in the garage because the power goes out a lot. And it takes, if I need just to even go get cigarettes, it's going to take me almost 30 minutes to go to the store and then 30 minutes back. So it's like an hour round trip just to get cigarettes. Yeah, we're kind of by Bass Lake. I mean, we're not really by Bass Lake. We're in Mariposa. Bass Lake's Madera County. We're it's called Jerseydale. In the Sierra National Forest, there's a Jerseydale Ranger Station. The area around there and back from there is known as Jerseydale. That's where we live. So it's kind of like national forest all around us, but not this little area, little neighborhood of private property back here. Three clubs. Gosh darn it. Your husband's looking at sort of, oh, he works in IT. I see. That's relevant to your mind thing. Oh, or is that Caroline's husband who works in IT? Well, I don't know. You both have husbands. It's easy to get them confused. One of them works in IT, and the other is rapper T.I. Oh, it's your husband who works in IT. Okay. It's Caroline's husband who's the rapper T.I. Or are they both your husband, Shelley? Shelley, are you a bigamist? I don't approve. How many husbands do you have? 6? Wow. And an insatiable appetite for dick. I'm doing fine. Thank you, David, for asking. How are you? You're telling? Okay, that's fine. You can tell. I don't know who you're going to tell. You're going to tell the principal on me? I don't want you to tell the principal. He's mean. I don't want to get detention. If Rachel were listening, I'm sure she would have thought it was a funny joke. Ooh, you don't get to say ooh to me. Okay? I didn't do anything wrong. Gosh. Trying to make me feel guilty with your ooh. You know, scientists have determined that ooh is the most guilt inducing sound of all. It's just Shelley and her husband in IT. Oh, there's only one husband, I see. I must be thinking of a different Shelley then. I might be thinking of the poet Shelley. He had 5 or 6 husbands, I'm pretty sure. And a girl's name. Percy Shelley. Percy's not really a girl's name, but might as well be. Because it sounds like Pussy. No, I'm not going to call that. You dropped your water. Okay, they actually refer to that as when your water breaks. So you're going to need to let your husband know that you need to go to the hospital and you're going to be having a baby any moment now. It wasn't very long after my first wife's water broke that Delilah was popping right at the JJ, you know. I thought we'd have quite a while because it is true that we had to drive not a very far distance in rush hour traffic because it was right like at 5 o'clock or something. But I figured water break, get to the hospital, and some people are in labor for like 5 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours. So as soon as they got her in there, they're like, oh my God, she's so dilated. And she was so dilated, they didn't believe the readings on the dilating measure thing. And then finally, they had got another nurse to look at it and stuff. And they're like, we need to get a doctor in here right now. She's about to give birth. And they put her on the table and I popped the baby, just like lickety split. Lickety split. And that baby turned out to be, coincidentally, my daughter. Like, what a lucky coincidence to have met you here in the hospital when I had to be here for whatever was wrong with this woman I'm married to, this horrible woman I'm married to. No, I said you had 6 husbands, I think. Maybe it was 5. 5 or 6 husbands because of your insatiable appetite for dick. That's what I clarified. So I don't want you to think I didn't provide a reason why you had so many husbands. I know. Rachel and I are the same way. We're very happy just being in a monogamous relationship. I'm sure you don't have any more than one husband. All right. I've just been listening to the rumor mill too much, obviously. Seems like everywhere I go these days, someone pops out from behind the bushes and says, "Psst, have you heard? Shelley's got multiple husbands. I want to live." You mean your husband would kill you if you... Yeah, well... Fair enough. Oh, of course I only want you as a wife. If I were to ever cheat on you, you wouldn't have to kill me. I'd do it myself. Percy Bysshe Shelley? I don't think... Did you spell his middle name right? I'm not sure you did. I don't mean to be a spelling Nazi, but it doesn't look like a real middle name. Are you making up middle names again, Mrs. Mom? Oh. Well, maybe Goodreads did a bad job of reading their middle name they wrote. You know, proofreading it. Okay. So I am about ready to wrap this up. Since I started playing poker on this site a couple days ago, I'm down 49 cents. That's not too bad. I didn't spell my name like that. You didn't spell your name Byssshe. How do you even say that? Vice? Vice? I don't even know how you pronounce that. You didn't spell your name like that. Okay, I'm glad you didn't spell your name like that. I would, if you did spell your name like that, I would say, how in the world is that pronounced Shelley? I would never have guessed you pronounced that Shelley. It's Gaelic? Oh, is that really how his middle name is spelled? How do you pronounce that? Baishi? It's not pronounced Baishi? Percy Baishi Shelley. That's a real mouthful of a name. Percy Baishi Shelley. How could he even ever say his own name? I would just give up on saying my name really early in life if my name were Percy Baishi Shelley. I would like be naming your kid Sixth. Sixth the Sixth. Percy the Lightning Thief or something. That's a different thing. That's from, I think, those books by that horrible author. I think his name's Reardon, something Reardon. That's a name. Yeah, it's a name. You could name your son that if you wanted to. People out there who are going to have kids someday, you could name your son Percy Bysshe. I don't really remember Rachel from Blossom. I do remember Blossom from Blossom. Sixth. Percy Bysshe Shelley the Sixth. That would be a good name for him. It should be the sixth one of those. Sixth Ask would be a terrible name. Blossom had a friend called Sis. Oh, 6 was hot in Blossom? That's what you're saying? Well, good for her. I'm sure she had a wonderful time being Blossom's friend. Sometimes I think I mistakenly believe somehow that Punky Brewster grew up into Blossom. But really, they're totally different. Punky Brewster has nothing to do with Blossom. She spoke 1,000 miles in a minute in the show. She spoke really fast. Huh. It's pronounced Bish? I mean, how much more girly of a name could this man have had? Percy Bitch Shelley? This poor man was named Percy Bitch Shelley. What a terrible name. That can't be a real name. You gotta be some kind of like femboy or something, right? No, that's really my name. Can you say it again? Yeah, it's Percy. Percy Bitch Shelley. Okay, if you say so. A guy in high school, his last name sounded like Bitch Ain't Cool. That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. There was some girl in, I don't remember whose high school, maybe it was my second wife's high school. His last name was Siemens. What a terrible last name to have, right? Especially since her first name was Loves to Drink. What are our thoughts on Trump? I don't really want to talk about politics. I already talked about it earlier in the stream. Bailey Martinson says Jesus is king. Repent from your sins. So, okay. Normally, I wouldn't care to correct you. I mean, I might correct you anyway, but I will repent from my sin of apathy, and I will take the time to correct you. Jesus does not approve of your proselytizing, okay? He does not want that. Christianity is best served by promotion, by attraction, not promotion. Remember that. Okay, well, that's all well and good, Bailey, but I'm not so concerned about that. I have a perfectly healthy and happy relationship with Jesus. Okay? I'm worried about you because what you're doing is wrong. You're trying to make it not about faith, right? You're trying to make it about actions. You're out proselytizing, evangelizing. That's not what Jesus likes. He doesn't like that. He's face palming as you're doing that shit. So stop it. Don't make Jesus face palm. And while I'm not saying I'm certainly a sinner as well. Most important thing right now is for you to repent from your sin of proselytizing because it's annoying. It makes you seem like an asswipe, and it makes Jesus face palm. Well, that's not true, actually. Faith that works is dead. That's not true at all. In fact, Christianity, properly understood, is mostly about prohibitions, not about positive obligations, right? Yes, Jesus would absolutely say that. He would be much nicer to you about it, but I think he wholeheartedly approved of my genuinely true effort to help you understand that you need to have a relationship with God, okay? That does not involve me. Jesus is annoyed because you're not listening to what I'm saying at all. He's saying, Eric, he knows not what he does. Forgive him. You too are not without sin. Don't be throwing stones. He said that to me because he can see how infuriatingly wrong you are. Well, you're not helping, Bailey. You're hurting the cause, right? I'm explaining that to you and you're not listening to me. If you actually care about people having a good, healthy relationship with Jesus, then it can't be because you came and told them to. That's insane. Remember, attraction, not promotion. Respect the sanctity of the individual's relationship with God as it's distinct from yours. Well, I was created to teach you about this right now, Bailey. And it's your duty to learn. Whether you fulfill that duty or not is not my problem. But, that's going to require some humility on your part and some recognition that heretofore you've been thinking about this whole thing wrong. Yes, I'm a Christian, Bailey. I'm an actual Christian who knows how to be a good Christian. You're just some annoying you're the kind of person who makes people hate Christians. No, you're not hating him on me. I'm saying you are the kind of person who makes people hate Christians because nobody wants to hear it, right? Nobody wants you telling them how they should engage in their relationship with God. It's hubris on your part. It's arrogance against God. You need to check yourself before you wreck yourself, motherfucker. You didn't say the way people have to live. You said, what you said specifically was, you said, Jesus will save me, repent from my sins. You need to worry about you, right? I have a perfectly healthy, happy relationship with God and Jesus and everything, You obviously don't because you're under the impression that you're helping somehow when you clearly aren't. Maybe not everybody responds to you as well as I am and as informatively as I am. But you need to remember that the worst thing in the world is having well-intentioned idiots on your team. You don't want that, right? Because it matters being correct about things in life. So it's like if somebody's on your side for something in some way, like talking about something not religion, like you're in favor of zoning for more parking in this thing, and they agree with you, but they say we have to zone for more parking because I am having family coming in this upcoming year, and I need them to be able to park in the city, right? In this town that we live in. Well, if people think that's the reason why there should be more parking to accommodate your family, nobody's going to be in favor of it, right? So you might have a very good reason to be advocating in favor of more parking. But if that guy who's on your side, because he wants to take his own family to take advantage of this parking when they visit this year, if he has the mic and he's saying, we need more parking because my family's coming here, he's going to make everybody turn against your idea, right? So the thing is, what I'm telling you, Bailey, is you're that guy, and Jesus is the one who's saying, let's zone for more parking for a good reason. Jesus appreciates your vocal support. I really love this guy. He's the best. He knows we should get more parking because my family's visiting this year. Jesus does not want you mouthing off in this zoning meeting at all. He wishes you would sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, right? But I get it. You're his most enthusiastic supporter, right? But it's just as my analogy says. It's just as that analogy says. You don't understand at all what the actual impacts, nor do you care at all what the actual impacts of your proselytizing are. They do not make people more amenable to Christianity. They make people want to have nothing to do with it. Because who wants to be told about religion when when you're in a live stream where we're talking about totally different things than that, not talking about religion at all? There's nothing indicative that it's a religious place at all. So you need to learn this and stop being such an asswipe, right? It doesn't matter how loving and nice the things you say are, people don't want to be evangelized at for good reason, because their relationship with God is not your business. No, he doesn't. He does not want you, for sure, to spread any gospel, okay? And he never said that. His dumbass friends who wrote the Bible said that, but I don't treat the Bible as a false idol. I don't worship the Bible. I don't fetishize the Bible. I understand the principles of Christianity that are fundamental to the religion, and I recognize that Jesus is only quoted a few times in the Bible, right? Like the best parts of the Bible. The rest of it is just his dumbass friends' opinion. And obviously they can't think as well as I can think. So why would I respect their opinion? It's like, okay, Bob's a genius. He's got all these great ideas. But then all of a sudden he dies. So then his dumbass friends write about, yeah, Bob has this great idea, but they get everything he's saying wrong because they're dumbasses. That's exactly what happened with the Bible. You just need to understand. But, that's my burden in life. To teach wrong people how wrong they are about the things they're wrong about, even though they don't want to learn. Maybe it sticks with them. Maybe it helps someday when they're... the thing, of course, I just fundamentally don't get subjectivity. And there are plenty of people in the world who are just kind of relentlessly subjective about everything. And it's unfortunate because it's like religion is a subjective thing. But that doesn't mean we can universalize your subjective thing. No, it doesn't work like that. Now, I'm here to teach the world how wrong it is about everything. Not everything, obviously. Plenty of things that the common understanding of things is correct. It's just, I don't really talk about those things. Feeling better about himself as the point. He starts terminating. He's fine. He doesn't want to feel like he's being attacked. He tried to come in here and have what he conceives to be a civil engagement on the topic of religion, and he doesn't understand it to be impossible to have such an engagement when you're proselytizing. Getting heavy. I'm just here for the chicks. I'm sorry, Well, that's what I'm saying. In some sense, I'm not really saying that. What I am saying is that you won't hear me telling other people what they should think about God until and unless they come at me as a purported Christian, in which case I will tell them, that's not how you do Christianity correctly. I wouldn't ever brought up to you how you should engage with God, but I will tell you that Jesus does not appreciate your ham-fisted efforts on his behalf. You got to be gay to get chicks, real deal. I'm not gay, and I get chicks. You know he's still watching? Who's still watching? I mean, that guy, the religious guy? He's probably left, I suspect. Because he doesn't want to feel like he's feeling attacked, understandably, because I'm scolding him a lot. He doesn't want to feel attacked and finds that the feeling attacked to be somehow contrary to the spirit and nature of Christianity. But just because Jesus is forgiving doesn't mean he doesn't believe in accountability. Yeah, I don't think he's still here. He doesn't want to feel attacked, and he tried to be nice and all that stuff. The thing is, it's like what I'm saying is true, right? There's nothing nice about proselytizing to people who don't or aren't interested in hearing it. You know, I know he said goodnight. Dilly says I had to quit smoking for a job. Why would why would how why would a job be able to tell you what to do like that about smoking cigarettes? I mean, I get drug test people for some god unknown reason, and they might include marijuana in some places as something that you can't test positive for, but cigarettes? Why? Is your job blowing out birthday candles? If so, then I understand. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, you had to quit smoking weed. Oh, better to quit now. Exactly. Live in a cardboard box. Why would I live in a cardboard box? What's wait? What's making me live in a cardboard box exactly? Smoking? Smoking doesn't make you live in a cardboard box. What do you imagine the mechanism of that would be? How would it be that smoking makes you live in a cardboard box? Like, do you have an explanation of how that works mechanically? Not you, this other guy. Oh, no, we're not talking about math. Nobody's doing any math. I'm feeling alright and I'm feeling kind of up, but I'm not on any meth. Yes, I have a little Adderall inside of me, but I'm not on any meth. Wish I were, I wish I did have a glass pipe full. But no, I don't, because if I did, then I'd be sprung in full. This is Meth the Musical. It's my new production for Broadway. I wish I were a rich man. Wouldn't it be great if Jobs wanted you to do meth? It would be nice if they provided it at your desk when you got there in the morning. Hey, don't try to do any work before you smoke at least until you smoke at least, a teener of this meth. Oh, I'm not rich, but we're all right. We got our rental property down the street and this house, and we're doing okay. But I'm not working right now. We don't really have a positive cash flow right now. So the meth head on the roof. It could be, the story of how one Midwestern girl went to Hollywood to be a star, but she just didn't have enough hustle until one day she discovered meth. And then she became a big star. But then one day, eventually, she had to quit smoking meth. Because, she was just too thwacked out, like picking at her face and shit. So then she quit smoking meth. And for like the third act of the musical, it's just her sleeping the whole time. Is Live your girl? No, that's Shelley. Live is Shelley. Rachel, Melissa Strauss. Rachel Strauss. She is maybe in the lecture room, I'm not sure, but she's in the bedroom. But her name's Rachel. Dilly Dilly, I would not recommend it. No. I would suggest that you don't do that. However, if you're the kind of person who decides whether to do meth based on what a random live streamer says, then you'll probably be doing it regardless. AJ, your anti-Semitic musical is not going to fly. My musical is much better. In fact, it's going to be super woke, okay? Not only is she a Midwestern girl who comes out to Hollywood to be a big star, she's also a lesbian, and she's half black and half Asian. Plus, she's in a wheelchair. How do you like that? How diverse is that? And her boyfriend is male, but identifies as transgender, but even though he hasn't had anything done to him, he's just purely male. He just identifies conceptually as transgender. And then we can have a real hit on our hands because everybody loves a bunch of needless woke shit. Yeah, they probably would. Yes, Brian, Dilly, I understand that you guys are just messing around, that it's methed up, and that it's potentially, I don't know, that there's potentially a method to my madness, I guess. But no, I am not on any meth. And it's probably for the best. I think it is. I think grandma would say, don't do that. I say, Grandma, shut your hypocritical mouth, you Percodan addict. My mom, no, I wouldn't be able to say anything like that. I'd just be like, I'm sorry, Mom. I've disappointed you. Boo! Boo! Oh, Gordon, how do you feel about the word boomer? I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen X. That is BS, though, AJ. I was a meth addict for years, and I was never violent to anybody. I never was a criminal, stole anything, or anything like that. Life was a little chaotic, maybe. But meth is, in fact, a prescription drug. You can get prescribed meth. I forget what its prescription name is. I think it's, I forget what it's called. It doesn't sound like meth at all. Whatever the word is, it doesn't sound like meth. Dioxin or something? Yeah. Toxicin or something? Toxicin? I'm not sure exactly. Fix it, bro. I'm vibing. Oh, fuck it, bro. I'm 7. Well, thanks, the deal for real. It's nice of you. Disoxin. Oh, you know what it is, AJ. Disoxin. Yeah, I've never had a disoxin. I would love if I knew somebody who somehow had a prescription for that. Disoxin. That's great. I'm sure Sure, you get some looks at the pharmacy. God, did I just do it again? I keep going in there to get a lighter, but I'm distracted because I'm talking, and then this messes with my execution. I live in the state of California. We live in Mariposa County, which is a county up in the mountains here, kind of tucked in between some national forests. So, normally this time of year we'd be likely to have some snow, but we haven't had basically any snow this year, except really early in the season we had some snow, but it didn't really stick, obviously. And the rest of the season has been wet but warm. Wet and warm like a pot of boiling water. According to a friend, it's supposedly smoother with less of a crash than other ADHD medicines. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is, but I'm just meowing. Do you live in Madera County? The deal for real, the deal for real? I could drive to Bass Lake, sure. Johnny Cash took Dexedrine. Yeah, that'd be cool, to get those things instead of Adderall, but it's like, it's why I'm so sad too, but my doctors just feel like, why did that have to happen that way? Yes, I like won the battle, which I had to win, but I didn't want to have to fight it. I don't know, G. Yeah, 70% Dex. That's good. Anyway, it's like they say in that song. What you gonna do on a Sunday evening? Write some terrible songs about lemons. Stand by the lemon tree. Right back at you, Dilly. Right back at you. I'm coming right back at you with a chickadee cha and a chockadee chew. I'm gonna jostle you. I'm gonna give you the old elbow, the playful elbow. All that humps them, lovely lemon humps. All that humps them. How many different kinds of things hump them? Well, at the moment I'm satisfied with what we got. I need to take a break for a few days. Then I can start up again. I mostly took a break today. I just took one. I also took a Welby, a Scottish Welby, as I call them, which is a Wellbutrin. Wellbutrin is, are you doing fat? You should definitely take a break from that. Stop doing that entirely. Okay. Am I 90 years old? No, I'm not. I am 53 years old. Shake it, don't break it. Took your mama 9 months to make it. Listen, she wasn't making me during those 9 months. I was growing. She had almost nothing to do with it. She likes to say I ate calories from her body and breathed her air and shit. But I repaid that later by buying her dinner and stuff. So, anyway, I'm the one who deserves the credit here. I'm not going to lie. I started life in a pretty cramped space. I just got crampter and crampter. I could barely turn around. I would call it abuse, frankly. But eventually I fought my way free. So, obviously, you have a much normal story, I'm sure. Something like this dork brought you, like most kids. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way for me. No, my mom's womb was as tiny as a Tupperware container. She was known as Jane Small Womb Strauss. Back in high school, her nickname was Tiny Womb, and in middle school it was Micro Womb. You're lucky, man. I'm a wage cook for life. I am a lucky man. That's true. I was working most of my adult life. I worked for many years, more than 40 hours a week for sure. What are we talking about? At the moment, we're talking about life circumstances, whether you have to work or whether you're semi-retired like I am. So no womb mate for rent control while I was there. No, I was there by myself, fortunately. I would have, if I think there might have been one around at first, but I think I might have accidentally maybe pushed him out the window. I'm not sure. I have a vague memory of that. I didn't know at the time because I was very, very little. I was like maybe, I don't know, this big. But, no, if I remember correctly, I just kept kicking and kicking until I kicked him all the way out of my mom's puss. With my teeny, teeny little legs. I was like, you just get out of here, dude, because I'm going to need all of this space for myself. I am not making room for you. You just forget that idea right now. So anyway, my first accomplishment is I was a live birth. And I just zoomed to the stratosphere straight from there. The day after I was born, I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse, which, needless to say, is pretty impressive. What else can I tell you? Are you a DOA? Most people are, I think. Most people have to be resuscitated when they're born. Obviously, because it seems pretty obvious to me, and I'm surprised nobody's figured this out before, but a baby can't breathe when they're inside of a woman. I was able to do it only by punching little holes through the stomach so I could stick a straw out there. I was smarter than the average freeborn baby. Meow. Meow. I was planning what I was going to do when I got out for like 6 months before I finally got out of there. I had this, freedom list, I called it. Number 1, jump over the Grand Canyon on a horse. Number 2, fight in the Vietnam War. Number 3, bring peace to the Middle East. I never accomplished that one. I tried, but that one eluded even me. This is my cat. Look at it eat. It's eating this food and it is thinking wonderful thoughts. Yeah, I have to feed this cat. I have to watch it eat. I mean, it's annoying. Too bad I didn't get that tattoo before reincarnation. Do not resuscitate. Mao. They call cats Mao. Really? Do you think that Egyptians actually walked like that? Did they walk like this? And if not, why are they so bad at drawing pictures? Why is it that, like, almost all cultures, they can't figure out how to draw pictures? Have I ever had the mumps? Not that I know of, but I will say it sounds such a fun sounding disease, right? The mumps. What's going on with you? Oh, well, I got the mumps. Ooh, the mumps. What is that like? Oh, I mean, it's as fun as it sounds. I just want to live and let live, but the barter system is long destroyed. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble bartering for things. The thing is, if the barter system weren't long destroyed, someone check your Facebook message, you will like it. Well, thank you for saying you will like it. As soon as I saw the check your, my heart just sank. Like seriously, I felt this heart sinking in my stomach. Like, oh God, what is going on? What horrible thing is going on? So I appreciate the reassuring you will like it. Don't get AIDS in your butt. I mean, generally, you should avoid getting AIDS anywhere, I think. On you, you know. Like, okay, if you've got to put some AIDS on me, I guess just like put it on my arm. If I have to have some AIDS paste rubbed on me. AIDS equals the butt flu. AIDS is not the butt flu. All right, I'm going to check my Facebook messages right now, Susie. If I don't do it right now, I never will. Just put it on Rachel's chair. I generally try to avoid putting things on Rachel's chair because who knows when Rachel's going to come sit down in it again. Won't be that long before she does. No, I don't do Discord. I don't like Discord. Magic Johnson is still alive. Even though he has AIDS. So is Charlie Sheen, right? Charlie Sheen's still alive. I think the AIDS got for some reason less deadly at some point, maybe. I don't know. That's what South Park says. Cured it with money. I think he cured it with enthusiasm. With a love of life. I'm sure there's some people who are like, no, he has straight AIDS. It's different. It's not any different. Straight AIDS and gays are the same. I need the sound for that. I don't understand that sentence. What does you need the sound for that mean? All right. I'll check it out. I'll check it out later, Susie. Thank you. I'll look forward to checking it out later. Thanks for the heads up about that. Nothing's positive about HIV. Nobody's like, hooray, AIDS. Oh, you do want me to check it out right now? I'll check it out right now. I thought when you were saying that, you were trying to dissuade me from watching it right now. Like, I don't want I don't want you to listen to it on stream, is what I was thinking. You were kind of getting that. But obviously, I misinterpreted your intention there. Let's see. Facebook. 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 And then messages. Susie sent a video. Wait. I need to make it sound with the power of sound. I need to include the power of sound. How do I make it start over? Yeah. Oh, you're listening to Rapping Eric. Thank you, the freshest one. That's great. Thanks, Susie. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys listening to Rapping Eric. Ciao, amico. Ciao, Skeleton King. Don't be Rama Rama, bro. What's Rama Rama? I don't know what that means. Well, he was trying to learn how to be cool from Rapping Eric. A lot of people do that. They say to their, psychiatrist or their priest or their loved ones, they say, I'm trying to be more cool. What should I do? And they say, listen to Rapping Eric, of course. Okay, well, molto bene to you too, and piacere di concerte, Skeleton King. To you too, as well, AJ and Skeleton King. I want to say that. And also, I'm the Italian mama. I know all about your meow meow. Okay, fine. I'll just fold. Even though I had a pair of sevens and the board came out 6, 8, 9. There's the 5. Fucking goddamn it. Oh, but there's a 9. And they had a full house in the end, so I would have lost anyway. Just as well. I got pocket sevens again. The very next hand. Listen to that. What do you know? Who do you see? Why do you go? Where do you be? What do you think? Here you go. Have a drink. Italian chicks are hot, though. The deal for real says. Oh, but I am an Italian mama. I'm still the hot mama. Oh, sit down and have a spaghetti. That's how the Italian mama talks. I'm not going to shine your shoes because, number one, you don't have shoes. And number two, fuck off. Hey, scoundrelly scoundrels. You kind of sound like Dean Martin. Well, I'm going to do the Italian voice. I see. I guess I'm going to just fold these pocket sevens too. Oh, well. Nothing to be done about it. I think I might play a song or two before I wrap up the stream, or who knows, might chat a little bit more after the song or two as well. But I'm kind of inclined to play a song or two. I was going more for Mario with his nuts in a vice, AJ. Mario with his nuts in a vice. Hey, you got my nuts in a vice. Like that. Why you put my nuts in the vice? There's not a safer place for the nuts. Begging the mob. So Mario's begging the mob for more time on his repaying his loan or something. They say, no, no, we're going to put your balls in the vice. My Italian accent's not very good. He does have his own plumbing business. But you know what? The truth is, he never liked plumbing. He always wanted to be a jockey. They said he was too plump. Where do you think he got the capital for his plumbing business? Oh, the mob. I see. I think what happened was he was hoping that the mob could get him into being a jockey if he would agree to fix races. But they explained to him. I said, Bada Booey, what are you doing? Nobody gonna put you on their horse when you're just a fat. And then they suggested he become a plumber. And instead of giving him a loan themselves and loan sharking him, they hooked him up with a good banker and co-signed on his loan application because they wanted to help out a fellow community member, a fellow member of the Italian American community in New York and New Jersey. That's where Mario and Luigi both live. Luigi lives in New Jersey. Mario lives in Manhattan. Luigi used to live in Manhattan. But Wario pulled some Iago shit and drove them apart. Now they barely speak. And Luigi's relocated to the Garden State. You know, we really should put the blame where it belongs, at the feet of Wario. And if we think all this bad shit would have happened without his evil ways, we're lying to ourselves. Also, I don't trust Peach. I don't know about the rest of you. She's always playing the sweet girl move, but I don't think she is that sweet of a girl. I think she's actually a conniving seductress. I hear that she slept with almost every one of the other main characters, including the turtle. I hear that she and Smurfette sometimes have threesomes with the other Mario characters. Yeah, they're friends. Peach and Smurfette. I do trust Smurfette, but I don't think she's got very good judgment about other people's character. Oh, so he was that guy, right? Now I understand the reference. Thank you, AJ, for clarifying. Now I know which guy in The Sopranos you're referring to. Don't forget, all women are evil. Oh, well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying Peach is evil. I'm just saying she's not a no drama mama. She's, a high drama mama.
No.
Peach.
Oh, yeah. You could tell, I mean, she goes back and forth. You help me from Bowser.
Bowser's actually a really nice guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He just gets a bad rap. Because everyone's like, oh, you're scary looking. But when he's alone, a tear drops down his face.
Aww.
Yeah. That's a fun fact. You know the capybaras ride on the back of crocodiles? That's a fun fact that a viewer came and told me one day. Yes, indeed. Apparently, capybaras can convince crocodiles to let them ride on their back so they don't have to swim so far. Who wants to swim? Who Who wants to swim in crocodile-infested waters, right? You might as well hitch a ride on the back of a crocodile. Apparently, capybaras do that because apparently capybaras are very convincing, likable guys. Here's a fun fact. If you go to Subway with money, you can buy sandwiches. True. Yep. There's this drama chick in the manosphere I nicknamed Peach now. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Smurfette's just, she's well, SLUT is the word. I don't want to, shame her for it, but that's what she is. But, Gargamel can never catch the Smurfs, right? But he can catch Smurfette no problem as long as the other Smurfs aren't looking because she'll take it from pretty much anyone. Sometimes you can hear in just in little bits of snippets of the cartoon, you see Gargamel's tower in the background. You can just faintly hear Smurfette's voice saying, "Do me like a filthy whore, Gargamel." And Azrael meowing and Gargamel saying, "Shut up, Azrael! I'm in the middle of something." That's what happened a lot in Smurf Town. And here's the thing, G. Felix was not such a wonderful cat. The only thing that was wonderful about him was he had a bag. I mean, anybody can have a bag. My superpower is I have a bag. Okay, well, I mean, I admit that's a superpower. Like, I never remember to bring bags with me to the supermarket, so I always have to pay for them. People who do remember to bring bags to the supermarket, they are the real heroes. They're not really the heroes, but they're the people who really got their shit together. They got to be like ESTJs or ESFAs or something like that. Because it doesn't matter how many times I go to the store, I will never begin to remember to bring bags. How much is an hour of sleep worth to y'all? Like in dollars? I mean, it really depends which hour and how tired I am. It'd be better to just be able to stay awake without consequences, but unfortunately, when you just keep staying awake, you have consequences. Nobody likes consequences. I'm on the fence about Felix's cartoon. I had a cat named Felix that fought off 4 cats at once in front of my house. That's pretty impressive. Is it because he had a gun and the other cats had knives? Because if so, I don't believe the cats should enjoy the same Second Amendment rights as people. I'm sorry, call me a liberal if you want. Call me some kind of bleeding heart Democrat, but I just don't think the cats are reliable enough to handle guns, firearms. I don't think people should. I think people should stop letting their dogs drive and stop having their cats go with them to the firing range. It's just irresponsible pet ownership. My cat has AIDS, yeah. You think we should shave their arms? I think that's fine. We could shave the cat's arms as a fashion trend. I think I've heard plenty of cats complaining about how hot their arms are, so especially in the summer, they probably like that. They could get swole like nut and gumbo. Get swole like nothing gumbo. What's that? Ice Cube lyric from an NWA album. It'd be like a semi-permanent tank top. Cool. I like the idea. My cat had that done to him when he hurt his paw and we had taken him to the vet. They shaved off his arm. Getting swole off bread and water. Thank you, AJ. Excellent. Excellent work. Bravo, sir. Thank you for giving me the correct thing. So now I remember it. Who hates you because you're stupid? I don't think you're stupid. Who says that? Anything like that? Did I say that? I mean, I do have a tendency to call people stupid. But Cobra was a copycat? Who's Cobra? Who's Herman? I don't have any piss tests to pass. I mean, I never said anything of the sort. If you got that vibe from me, I certainly did not mean to give you that vibe at all. If you're saying like, well, why aren't you reading my things? Um, I I wasn't sure who this Herman was, so because I didn't get the reference, I guess and I didn't get the Cobra reference either. Oh, and then I should have read G's thing. I just didn't get it, so I just didn't respond to it. Who's AJ? That's who AJ is. AJ is AJ, of course. Rural pimps. Well, I'm I'm pimping, but I'm not a pimp. Sometimes I'm pimping. I'm feeling pimping. If I'm not feeling pimping, then obviously not so pimping. You were very smart on vibing. Well, thanks. The deal for real. The deal for real. I definitely did not intend to convey anything negative about you at all. You seem perfectly pleasant to me. But I get the whole like hating yourself thing. I hate myself too, but it's much easier for me to tell other people, you know, you shouldn't hate yourself. It's, give yourself a chance. Try to be your own biggest fan if possible. None of us find it easy, or most of us don't find it easy, except for people who really need to find it easy. I mean, for people who really need to be self-critical, they seem to find it easy to love themselves. But okay, I'll call this. I don't know why I'm calling this, but I'm calling it. I'm calling it. You're not. You're not a loser until you're dead. Well, it's true that you haven't fully lost until you're dead. Fine, I'll call it. You fuck. Pocket queens. Oh, that's fine. She bet for value. She was correct that I would call that because I had that so much invested into the pot, etc. You were right. Unfortunately, I used up all my proverbial chances. Yeah, it's not. It's easier said than done, AJ. A lot easier said than done. You know, people who, especially people who've experienced, significant traumas and stuff, can have a difficult time finding that stuff as easy, you know? So, okay, well, I got queens full of sevens. Let's see what he's got. If he calls it, I don't know. Lumafau. Just dropped in. What's on the docket right now? Well, Sam Carlisle. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just doing a bit of chatting and doing a bit of playing poker, reading the chat, talking with people playing this poker in the background. Do you believe it does? Do you want time to equal money? Time can equal money, but doesn't necessarily. Yeah, I had a horrible hand where I had pocket aces and everybody folded to me, including the small blind. It's just like, oh God, why, why is this action-packed table when I get aces all of a sudden just dead? I guess yeah, I was in the big blind. A great place to get aces because you don't have to worry about revealing the strength of your hand before it bets to you, you know? And then everybody folded. The trials and tribulations of life indeed. You know, I had this horrible hand earlier too where I knew the guy had to be on a flush draw. I got it all in on the turn with my two pair. And he tanked a little bit. You can't really tank for very long in this but and then he called, and sure enough, he hits his flush card on the river. And I'm like, hi, that sucks ass. No glory for liar's eulogy. I don't know. Oh, I see why you say that. Because, yeah, we don't want to glorify lying. I agree. It's as they say in The Princess Bride. We are men of action. Lies do not become us. I play balls to the wall. Well, I don't play balls to the wall poker, if that's what you're talking about. I do like to gamble a little bit, but I like it better, like just playing this micro stakes poker from home. This way the chicks come back. The chicks come back because girls just want to have fun. That's what Cyndi Lauper once told us. And it's even truer today than it was then. You're more of a stats guy, I take it? You mean for poker? I'm a bad live poker player. I'm depends on the day when it comes to online poker, but I'm better at online poker than live poker. Because people can read me really easily. But I do like to play blackjack, and I like to play 3 card poker, other table games. You know, I would like to play craps, but they don't have it here in California, or at least in any casino that I've seen in California. You're splitting tens and doubling both. I don't know about that. You have the opposite of poker face. You have like miniature golf face. That's a good question. What's the opposite of poker face? I'm sure this must be what you Googled, right? A revealing face? Ooh, you have revealing face. The thing is, I don't necessarily believe in, like, let's say the dealer's showing a 10 on top, and I've got like a 12 or a 13 or something. I don't necessarily believe in hitting that. Sam, I'm not interested in a blinker, but I get first DP face. What's first DP face? Man, uh, I can think of one thing it might mean, but uh, I mean, I can, I guess in the DP that I'm considering as possible, the face is definitely configured in a specific way. It's busy doing something, but by the book, you should absolutely hit a 2 and dealership a 10. Well, I probably do hit 12 almost always when I'm seeing a 10, but I'm saying if I see an 8 or a 9 and it's maybe a 3 or a 4, I'm not necessarily super inclined to hit that. Sometimes you just got to go with your guts, even if it is statistically the case. You should do that. I don't know. Sometimes I prefer to go with my gut. I think I do best when I go with my gut. Yeah, I'd sit on a 16. More obviously, I'm more likely to stand on a 16 than I am on a 13 or a 12, right? I don't just apply a firm rule of if the dealer is showing if the dealer is showing a 7 or higher and I have less than 17 that I'm going to hit it, which a lot of people try to do that, right? Like, I watch a lot of gambling videos on YouTube. I watch Bretsky. I must watch Bretsky every day, probably. I don't count cards. That's going to be too much of a hassle for me. What did I go to the casino to do math? To do elementary school math? No, I did not go to the casino to do elementary school math. +1, +2, +1, 0, +1, 0, -1. I don't want to do that. That's super boring. No, not Wayne Bretsky, just Bretsky. And it's with an I, not a Y. I need to maintain continuity with my previous balls to the wall statement. Okay. So you count cards. You go, that's what you mean by balls to the wall. Because you could be like Bluff. He's pretty balls to the wall with his craps playing, which is to say, he likes to what he calls press on these certain rolls. I guess I'm not really exactly sure how craps works, but I think there's some bets that if you if you miss that number, but it's not 7, that it stays there. If he were to lose all of his money in the first hand, there'd be very poor bankroll management. I need a beverage. I need a drink. Meow, meow, meow. I need a drink. Meow. All right. Well, we're out of drinks. I forgot this horrible problem we have called out of drinkedness. I think it's a disorder. Well, I'm saying you can go balls to the wall in a couple of ways. Like, I think that one of the main problem like that gamblers generally have, and when I don't do well in gambling, I probably have the same problem, which is um, they try to walk out with doing too well. You know, like they get greedy basically. It should be that if I double my money, I should be definitely say now it's a good time to walk. It's tricky. Bankroll management when gambling is tricky. I think us four need to sit down with 424 packs of PBR and a fresh pack of Cubans. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol because I'm an alcoholic. So, accordingly, it means I'm very bad at drinking alcohol. It's not one of my skills. You like to watch the slot machines near the bathrooms and exits? What are you watching for? Are you watching to see it having been played for a while without hitting or something? I never play slot machines. I don't know. Sometimes I play video Keno. Okay, well, should gambling be treated as a source of entertainment or a source of income? And also, I'm an alcoholic too. Well, balls to the wall with that too, I guess. Well, totally watching the peach on chicks. Do you mean their buttocks? Oh, sir, that's very crass of you. The buttocks is a personal region. It's useful for pooping only. All right, there's no trick to gambling, it's literally gambling. I mean, that's not exactly true though, right? Because if you think about it, the casino has the advantage in terms of probabilities and stuff. The gambler has the advantage in that they can decide when they start and stop. So, depending on what kind of gambling you're doing, but in most kinds of gambling, unless it goes very shitty from the start, you will be up at some point. And so the skill of gambling is really a skill of knowing when to walk away, or in other words, bankroll management. But yet humans are you. Humans are evil. I don't think humans are evil. Most people are not evil anyway. Except for, say, that lady from 101 Dalmatians. You gotta know when to walk away, right? Know when to run, but most importantly, like, to the extent that you can do this, that you can, like, say, okay, I'm going to put away, I'm up right now, $500. I'm going to put away $300. I'm going to try to gamble these 200 and then stick with that. Then God damn it. You dirty rat. My fucking third pair is not going to be winning that hand, obviously. Your former ASTP could easily manage his bankroll well enough to compensate for an entire weekend in a casino. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, you got to do that stuff. You got to know, like, what your plan is. And you can check to see if you actually followed it, right? Oh, mercy, mercy me. Oh, merciful heavens, whatever shall I do? Little Red Riding Hood is coming for you. I was thinking about how Little Red has two things. It's not just Little Red Riding Hood, it's Little Red Corvette as well. Okay, I'm gonna go all in. I hope he's not on the flush draw. I can represent it at least. Can't believe they're letting us get to Friday. They're letting us get to Friday? What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. I have no idea what that means. No, I think I interpreted that as they're gonna take Friday away from the calendar. Like, it's just gonna go from Thursday to Saturday, I guess. But that would shorten the work week, so I'm not sure how that would work. And what would they do with all those extra Fridays lying around? I don't know what they do with the extra Fridays lying around. I guess they'd also have a bunch of pizzas from school lunches on Friday. Everybody do LSD. It's mandatory. I don't think mandatory LSD is a good idea. In general, I'm not in favor of mandating things. You'll drop a whole column of acid? What's a column? Never heard that unit of measurement before. A column of acid? I would bet 10 cents. Blotter sheets. Oh, you mean like a whole column of blotter acid? I see. That's too much acid. You don't want to do that much acid. Believe in yourself and don't do too much acid. Book? Magazine? uh, reserve? Another synonym? Kind of. What is that? I mean, magazine's not a synonym, but reserve is a synonym for book. Newspaper and magazine are similar kinds of things. I need a fat blonde about right now. I do need a fat blonde about right now. That's true. But, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. And if biscuits were shit, nobody would eat them. You know what I'm saying? Best nightcap? I could use to smoke some weed. Maybe I'll get a different strain to give my head a little bit of a different THC flavor. You need some roofies. That'll definitely make you sleep, I think. But you know, it might be a little bit of a strong sleeping pill. Maybe even a little too strong. Too powerful for you and your gringo ways. What do you think? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I do have the straight. Oops. Oops. There. I'm going all in with my straight and I win. Now I've doubled up my money again. I've got $6.38. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You love me because I'm a square normie? We have nobody dislikes square normies. You know. I need a bottle of Henny, 3 Vicodin, 1 Xanax, a couple crushed Quaaludes, and a blowjob to fall asleep. Well, I'm afraid I can only help with the last one. I don't sleep well either. But eventually, if you don't sleep for long enough, you do sleep. You know. I got 2 pair, 9, 7. Pair of 9s, pair of 7s, top 2 pair. On a board that's 973. So I bet pot and I took down that pot. Now I'm up to $7.33. But on this particular table, I added on, so I'm in for 10. So I'm down $2 in meow cents. What's the metronome? Metronome? I don't know. Sinusoidal normie? A sinusoidal? Is that a normie with sinus problems? Sinusoidal, huh? Will you stop sinusoidaling me? I don't appreciate it. What does that mean, even? It means you're looking at my sinuses in a sexualizing way. Stop sinusoidaling me before I call the police. That's my story called Sinusoidal, what the fuck is that? What's your setup like? Yeah, the chat's on the TV, I'll show it to you. Hot nostrils are hard to hide. I'm sorry to bother you, but has anybody ever told you that your nostrils are gaping? So this is the TV. It's got the poker on it. It's got the chat right next to the poker here. See? This is the chat. And I'm going to call 10 cents. It's Jack 10. See what happens. You've got the most beautiful gaping nostrils I've ever seen. I feel like I could fit my whole head in one of those. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. And then she goes home. Mom, Dad. Oh, hi, honey. What are you doing back here at the old house? Oh, well, somebody told me today that I had the most beautiful gaping nostrils. Do you think my nostrils are gaping? Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, honey. Yeah, you got some real cavernous nostrils there. So it's gonna. All right, a lot of people out there appreciate a good roomy nostril. Dad, why didn't you ever tell me I had gaping nostrils? Oh, honey, now gosh. It's not even barely noticeable. Poor nostril gape. She was always insecure about her nostrils after that day. She was constantly looking for boogers like that, yeah. And just making sure that they were in tip-top shape. Because she had been kind of oblivious, but prior to hearing that comment, she let her nose hairs grow so there was this big bush of nose hairs out of each nostril. And huge cavernous nostrils, but also bushy hairs. Then she finally noticed it and she said, I gotta shave this off. Do I want to call that? No, I don't think so. Forget it. You can have it. Take it away. We are analyzing nostrils so hard right now. Well, I think it's one of the few areas of a woman's body that hasn't been thoroughly sexualized yet. So that's why I wrote my book, The Shape of a Woman's Nostril, a study in beauty. Sense of a woman. It's probably a little bit only, maybe a smidge, but I bet it's maybe even not even a little bit of correlation between gapingness of nostril and um, ability to smell well. Olfactidame is a superhero whose superpowers are to be able to smell things very well. I said something else. Yes. I'm talking about the large nostril superhero whose superpower is smelling things. So, it's like she's kind of like Aquaman. She's always involved in cases that are related to smells in some way, sometimes straining credibility a little bit. Like, oh my God, the only way we'll figure out this crime if we can find the source of this fresh baked pie smell. Again, people got a little bit sick of the storylines. That's why Olfactidame didn't didn't last for. You probably never heard of her before. No, I wasn't gonna say big badge. No, AJ. I thought I'd stay a little less crass than that tonight. Usually, I can get a little crass, but I probably was that crass earlier, but not right this moment. Okay. This moment, I'm not in a crass mood. I'm in a classy mood. Okay, a classy, elegant mood. I'm in the state of California. Up near Yosemite, which is, I like to tell people because they sometimes get it confused with Yellowstone. Yosemite is the rock climbing national park. Yellowstone is the one with the geysers. I'm not from Mexico now. I'm just an honorary Mexican. Because it's thanks to me that the Mexican population got a warning about the chupacabras. I ran around the streets of the pueblos of Mexico and said, hay demasiados chupacabras en este pueblo. Cuidado, cuidado. Like that. And that's how come so few people died from the chupacabra plague. Otherwise, it would have probably killed countless millions of Mexicans. 4-3 offsuit. Well, that's a pretty terrible hand. Hey! That's not what I wanted to happen. From now on, I only want things that I want to happen to happen. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. Check. I have 4-3. It got all the way to me without being raised, so. I came out 5-7-8. I could get a 6 in a straight. I guess I'll call it 35 cents. And now I gotta call another 35 cents? Fine, I'll call another 35 cents. I got a 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got it open ender. Could be an ace or a 6 to make it straight. And there's the 6. Wow. But now there's 5, 6, 7, 8 on the board. So only my 4. I've got the dumb end of the straight. Fine, I'll call it. No, wait. They gotta have a 9. Or they could have the flush. I'm folding. Never mind. I'm folding. I didn't even see the flush on the board. I was paying so much attention to the straight. They split it. I guess it was straight on the board. Oh, okay. Well, I lost a little bit. Not very much in that pot because I folded the bigger bet. This time I've got king, jack of clubs. Now, I close the door so I don't let all the warm air out. And I will show you what it looks like from outside as well, in case you are curious about that. It looks like this. I'm looking through the window here. Well, at the moment it's plugged in. I'm looking through the window here at the TV, right? And God damn it. Now there's another flush on the board. I'm gonna call. Whatever, I'm calling it. It's just $2.30. I did win, so that's fine. Anyway, that's what it looks like through here. I'm looking through here to the TV where I can read your chat and see the poker. And I've got my mouse out here so I can play the poker with my mouse because it goes through the walls like it's got some kind of magic ray in it or something. Dude, if I was on shrooms right now, this would be insane. Well, recently I did shrooms for 40th birthday the other day. We do shrooms on streams fairly regularly. Really around once a month or, it depends. Some months we do more, but I like mushrooms a lot. I like a lot of drugs. Drugs are fairly safe and sane kind of entertainment, really, compared to say alcohol, which for me was just too chaotic and crazy. Of course, I didn't handle it well. Why it was chaotic and crazy, but so it goes. I've got a pair of queens. I won. Lucky me. Hi, Diamond. Diamond. You drank shroom tea when you were 9. That's probably a little young, I think, for that. What about weed? You are on your porch right now. Idiots. I grow in the backyard. I have weed, my homegrown inside. I don't grow it in pots. I grow it in the ground. which does mean that you're stuck with the full growing season, but they get a lot bigger than if you grow them in pots. Especially if you prep the hole where you're growing them, gonna grow them in well by putting down potting soil in the hole. So if you just plant it in the outside dirt, it's not gonna really grow that great. But if you dig a hole and fill it up with potting soil and put it in there, then it'll get really big. It'll get really big like Paul Bunyan, who was famous not for being big. I'm not sure. Who was one who was famous for being big? No, that was Paul Bunyan. There's somebody who was famous just for chopping down trees fast. That was not Paul Bunyan. You got a pee on it? Is our area infested? No, we're not affected by smoke at all. We're hundreds of miles from a fire. We're 5 hours from LA. And California is a really long state. We're in the middle of the state. LA is towards the bottom, and at the very bottom, and we're 5 hours from LA. And like, I don't know, probably like 10 or 12 hours from Oregon border. Paul Bunyan was famous for the invention of the common foot irregularity dysfunction bunions. Oh, he invented bunions. Makes sense. Now it all comes together. All falls into place. What's interesting is corns, they were invented by corn. So kind of like the bunions, corns are another foot problem. You might not think of corn as an inventor naturally, but you'd be surprised. Not only did they invent foot corns, but they also invented candy corns. All right, fine. Get your little pot there. See if I care. It was small enough. I knew I wasn't going to be best. I figured he had to have a weak claim, but I figured I'd take my middle pair to showdown anyway, because the best were cheap enough. All valid, the beat goes on. This is a real deal nostril fetish podcast. No, actually, listen. We don't joke about this stuff because this is the actual home of Anal Wreckage Anonymous, which is a support group for people who like to put unusually large things in their butt. If you're like me, yeah, you've put a few, guitars in your butt, grand piano or two, a large African elephant. But I'm done with that these days. Thanks to Anal Wreckage Anonymous, I'm free of my addiction. Okay. Let's go back inside now. It's kind of cold outside, and I feel like I have to keep my voice down a little. Not that I really do, but because voices carry a lot in the mountains, and sometimes they bounce off of weird spots or something. Because you'll hear people who are actually further away than you think. It sound like, are they right outside my garage or what? And it's just how the sound echoes. I don't want that phenomenon. I don't want to be on the giving end of that phenomenon. I don't necessarily mind being on the receiving end of it. I'm gonna fold this hand. I'm gonna fold this hand. Can I say your name? Donick? I'll go inside and I'll see what it says. Oh, it is chilly outside. It is 0 degrees Kelvin. Cough like an old diesel starting out at -40. Who, me? I mean, I'm not feeling especially coughy or anything right now. Rachel coughs a lot more when she smokes weed than I cough. So I don't know. I could go for some coffee though, but you see, the thing is, I get stomach acid when I drink coffee. When I drink too much coffee, or even a little bit of it, really, not that much of it, I get stomach acid. And I have to take these antacid pills. And let me warn you about these antacid pills. They are rather addictive. Not in a fun way, but like, once you start taking them, you'll get stomach acid more and more frequently. Sputter, sputter, choke. Vroom. I like to go vroom, vroom, vroom. I like to go vroom. I like to go vroom, vroom, vroom. Crank it and sputter. Gee, don't be crass. Be less crass than the American president, please. Well, I got Ace King, but no action. I raised the blind from 10 to 30 cents, and I appear to have all folders. Oh well, that's all part of a wonderful game we call poker. Regardless, I have currently $12.61. $12.61. So that's pretty good. You could say I'm kicking ass. You could say I'm taking names. What a tight table, though. I should probably go to a different table. I've got aces and I'm in the big blind. I got one caller. I guess I'll slow play it. I'll just check. I'll check again. You gonna bet it yet? Now there's 3 hearts on the board. Well, I'll bet the pot, which is 25 cents. So it's not a very big pot, even if I were to win it. Which I did. Frog legs, onion soup, and grilled leeks. Nobody wants that dinner. The onion soup sounds fine. The rest of it just goes straight into the trash can. You know, who wants to eat frogs? As I've explained before, there really are 3 animals that people should eat. Pigs, cows, and chickens. Why? Because we make those things just so that we can eat them. That's their whole purpose. You know, $325 a plate, 7 months waiting. I don't want to wait 7 months for dinner. I get hungry if I have to wait an extra 15 minutes. I'm gonna fold that hand. Los Angeles. Gator tail is pretty tasty. Yeah, obviously it depends who cooks something, right? You can have an ingredient you don't normally like, and if somebody prepares it great, you could love it. I used to not like Brussels sprouts until I tried somebody who knew how to cook them well. All right, let's do it, Z Hot Night. Let's pull balls, right? Like, the best. Rachel and I went to this super fancy dinner for her 39th birthday, which is one of those uh, pre-course, preset menu dinners. We had the 5-course dinner. You can get the wine pairing with it, but we don't drink alcohol, so we didn't do that. But and they had a number of different. No, we weren't hitting. I don't hit any dabs. I'm just smoking regular uh, flower, but I don't. I like to use the torch. It's a better way to use. It's a better way to light your shit. It pulls through better. You're less likely to clog, and it's just you're never lacking for firepower. But additionally, the other reason why I use this torch a lot is because it's the only lighter that I never misplace, right? I never stick this in my pocket and walk away with it. So it's always here next to the bong. Other lighters, dear Lord, how are you gonna keep them out of your pocket? I don't know. It's just not possible. Yeah, not only do you have to keep it out of your pocket, you have to keep it out of other people's pockets. Okay, why would you do that, dude? Why would you go all in for $5 when the betting to you was small blind at 5 cents, big blind 10 cents, and then a raise to 35 and one call at 35, and you go all in? Like, nobody's gonna call you at that. I guess you're just trying to steal the blinds, and it's fair enough. When your stack is really went all in again, is he doing this right now? Unless you're breathing it in. What are we breathing in? I look like a poker winner. Well, I'm winning at the moment. I have $12.88, and I have $10 buy-in. You're Norwegian. I'm from California. This is propane. This isn't butane. So, are you saying the butane lighters you're going to breathe in the gas more? Maybe. This is clean burning propane, after all. Yeah, well, I mean, it's also what we use to heat our house and our oven and our hot water heater and shit. We have a big propane tank outside. And I'm as bad at poker as you are. I don't claim to be good at poker. No. I would say it's fair to say that I am bad at poker. I'm especially bad at live poker. I'm slightly less bad at online poker. I mean, I haven't played online poker for years until just yesterday, or the day before. This Club WPT Gold site set up shop that successfully lets Americans play cash games online. So you can't actually deposit to it. It's not like to get around the U.S. regulations or to be legal under U.S. law. They can't do it like that. So instead, what they do is you buy these meaningless things called gold coins, but you get an equivalent amount of these other things called social credits, which are actually basically tokens equally. They're chips. They're basically poker chips. No, I have not won hundreds of millions of poker tables. I have consistently lost at poker. Overall, I'm up at non-poker gambling since I've moved up here, but not poker. But the thing is, I've never been able to really play online poker, but not for a long time, you know. I practiced on Mikey Mouse Money all in, where players got to limit it. Still, shits I don't play for real. Well, I mean, I'm playing 5 cent, 10 cent right now. The buy-in is $5. Yeah, the way they're doing this is to well, it's specifically poker because the U.S. passed there was this day known like Black Friday in poker circles or something where the U.S. passed legislation prohibiting online poker sites from operating in the U.S. And since then, there haven't been any until this thing, which uses a variety of tricks and stuff to be legal. Of course, the thing is this: I'm only playing 5 cent, 10 cent, so my hope is that I never have to deposit and I never have to buy any more chips. I bought $40 worth of chips, and I don't know, I'm about break even after several days of playing. So accordingly, it's a waste of time, I guess, but I don't know. I like to do it. It's fun. I like to do it while I'm doing something else. If I just do this at all, you love to lose at strip poker. Well, that's all fine and dandy, unless you are playing a TSA agent in line. Am I smoking a bubble? What's a bubble? You mean a bubbler? A bomb? Yeah, I'm smoking a bomb. It's called fire crotch. She's called fire crotch. Ooh, I got my straight. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, I'm gonna just go like. Actually, I'm gonna use this one. More likely to call that, I think. I'm betting for value here because I got the straight. Oh, he's got a straight too. That's unfortunate. We have the same straight. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. 2 years hoping Texas Hold'em would teach me how a good Texas Holder would teach me how good a player I was. Found out I'm shat. Yeah, I don't believe myself to be good. I maybe briefly when I very first started playing, I had such illusions, but um, I remember I was playing at the Turlock Poker Room. I don't know, a month ago or something, and I bought in for 200, and then at some point I busted out. Actually, it was actually on a bad beat last time I got unlucky. Usually I lose, not because I get unlucky. But the cool thing about this one here is there's no break. Also, regardless, so then after I played poker and lost that, I went to the table games, and I'm like, well, let's see if I can do okay here at 3 card poker. Um, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm bad at poker, regular poker. I like to play it, but I'm not good at it. They looked at me kind of weird and said, usually people think they're good at it. I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm good at it. You grow your own LSD from the elusive LSD tree. How convenient for you. That's very convenient. The thing about LSD is you need to administer dosages in micrograms. That's a little bit scary, you know? Hey, baby, it's Kenesha. Oh, I didn't get to see it. Let me see what it says. I'm pregnant with your baby. I'm going to need child support for our baby. I'm going to call him Tyrone if boy or Denisha if girl. Sounds good. Bacon face gamer, hello. Is your face really made out of bacon? If so, how do you stop yourself from eating it? Fair question, right? Bacon. I have bacon. I could make a package of bacon. I could do that right now. It's within my power. I have packages of bacon in the freezer, frozen, because a while back, there was an excellent sale on bacon at the store. So I got multiple packages of it. Because I always freeze bacon anyway. Because I never know when I'm going to actually get around to cooking it. You got to be in the right mood to cook. Sure, you might say, well, Eric, aren't you kind of always in the mood for bacon? Well, kind of, but the point is, I'm not always in the mood to cook. If somebody else would just serve me some bacon made to my specifications, then that would be all well and dandy. We don't have a live-in bacon chef. I'm a cat guy, I must be gay. Well, I'm a cat guy now because after my beloved dog Lacey died, I could not bear to get another dog. No, you don't have to cook to survive country. The alternative to cooking is microwaving, which I do frequently. We don't eat out that much, and we don't even have availability of DoorDash because we live out in the boonies. It takes a long time to get to town on windy roads and stuff, you know? Uh, thank you, Winston's mom. Oh, ramen lover. Obviously, I have never had sex with you. I don't even know who you are. And also, you're lying. You don't even like ramen. Oh, I revealed that I know who you are. Oh, no. Now what? I'm the cat man. We have two cats, but we only chose to have one of the cats. The other cat kind of forced himself on us. He's our non-consensual family member. He's kind of toxic. He's got narcissism or something like that. He's very controlling. He behaves very badly to this wonderful cat. This is wonderful, wonderful kitty. And she's a wonderful, soft friend. But the other cat, instead of treating her as a respected and family member, treating her with dignity, what does he do? He tries to scratch her, tries to keep her away from me and Rachel. He's horrible. Well, I mean, we don't smell any cat piss. There's a litter box in the garage, but I barely even smell anything in there. After all, it's a litter box, not a bowl of cat piss. Do I really want to call this? Yeah, okay, fine. All right, I just wasted like $1.20 or something calling. I should have folded on the flop with that pair of threes in my hand. It's like, whoa, maybe I'll hit a three. Just fucking fold it, dummy. You wasted like $1.20. And I prefer they just go outside. A lot of times they just go to the bathroom outside because they're inside outside cats. I never had any litter box before. I just expected the cats to go to the bathroom outside, you know. But when we first came here, it was like insane amount of snow. Um, and accordingly, the cats they didn't really want to go outside. They weren't familiar with snow because we came from LA. And so I got them a cat box. Now it's like we're kind of stuck with a cat box. It's my least favorite task is cleaning the cat box. But you know, into every life a little rain must fall. And sometimes that rain is cat piss. Joel's a rough and tumble character. He's the lord of love and violence. Never count your money when sitting at the table is a terrible piece of advice. You should always count your money the whole time. You put bleach in the cat box. It really opens up the science of that. I think it's probably going to be good for your cats. I was born in LA County, yeah. I was born there, and then I was briefly lived in Northern California as like a baby. Oh, makes phosphine gas. I'm assuming that's not a good gas. It's not like oxygen. Okay. Toxic, you say? Hmm. Well, then I'm gonna say no to phosphine gas. There's a time for counting when the dealing's done. I mean, you need to keep track of where you are, what you got going on, right? You can't just be surprised by how much money you have at the end. It's not as bad as phosgene. What's like meth gas? Somebody give me the meth gas, cause I'm feeling oh so cold. That song is actually somebody turn on the heater because I'm feeling oh so cold. Phosgene is mustard gas. It's recommended you only use that on hot dogs and hamburgers, right? Otherwise, it's too spicy for your mouth. What kind of gas was Zyklon B? I don't know. Why don't you ask me? I don't know. That's why you don't. You're looking for an answer, not my lack of an answer. I'm sure it was some kind of poison. You know. Uh, you as an HP ever dealt with anxiety? Yeah, sure. Hydrogen cyanide, huh? Well, you don't want to breathe that in. I have dealt with plenty of anxiety, although I wouldn't say I suffer from anxiety per se. I did have a panic attack. My first actual like anxiety attack uh, in my life was after my dad, you know, he pewed himself. I guess he just pewed once. I've heard it's especially bad in shower form. Bang, gang, 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 Holocaust jokes. Clever, I like that one. What do you think anxiety is? I struggle with panic attacks as an INFJ. Well, I mean, I think anxiety is regret about the future. It's pre-gret. I pre-gret what I'm about to do, I guess. I don't know. Anxiety is like, I mean, on any given day, you can expend a little or a lot of energy worrying about stuff that either might happen or stuff that you ought to be dealing with or whatever, right? And so if you spend so much time worrying about stuff that might happen and or keeping track of stuff that you need to deal with and other stuff like that that's causing you a lot of stress and anxiety, then essentially what you're saying is I'm experiencing distress because I am so worried about shit, right? That's anxiety. But a panic attack is different. Panic attack is a whole different ball of wax. I didn't understand how dramatically distinct that a genuine panic attack is from something like just being feeling anxious. Panic attack. It was. I never really experienced anything like that before. I really felt as though I was in molasses. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't back the car out of the driveway. It was crazy. I couldn't speak hardly. I I never didn't know. You always think you're dying. Well, you're not. I'd be able to tell if you were dying. You smell super alive to me. I won. Hooray. You didn't have anything either, but I had an ace. I knew you didn't have anything. Well, you don't have shit. He wears flip flops too, and he's gay as cat piss. Who's that you're talking about? Somebody other than me? Or are you talking about me? Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein wears flip flops? And Saddam Hussein's gay? I mean, he's dead, but. No, I never did. Chlamydia. Sorry to say. Dead and gay. Hello, talking with famous people, says half-eaten hooker. Is it because you got full or what? Ah. There. Let's see what happens. There. I'm gonna put him all in. He went all in. He's got king too. And an ace. God damn it. It cost me. Now I'm at $7.78. It's okay, I'll make it up. You do any reading? If so, what sort of books? I don't read a lot of books anymore. I used to read a shit ton when I was younger. Um, I read a lot of science fiction and fantasy books. The most recent books that I've read, I listened to on Audible. I listened to the Wheel of Time series, which I read a certain number of books into it when I was younger, and then I ran into the hard barrier of, I have to wait for more books to come out, you know? So he eventually finished the whole series, or he got somebody else to finish it for him. But I actually liked the other guys better. Regardless, I listened to that whole thing on Audible at like 3 times speed, you know? But I used to be an English teacher before I was a debate coach, and I've read a lot, but I don't really read books anymore. I do things like live stream and play stuff, and I occasionally will make some things, but not too much. I mean, I don't really think there is. I don't think there's a problem with being too bookish. I don't think it's a big deal, you know. Like nobody should really object to somebody else's bookishness. There's a lot of things in life one might object to. Bookishness, it's pretty harmless. The person just sitting there reading, after all. Okay, now listen. I'm going to call again, and I don't want you to go all in, so I have to fold again. It's You got to read a lot to breed a lot. Is that is? I'm pretty sure that's not true. Ooh, Steven, read me a story. It's just not normally what I would consider, standard how to pick up. They don't really mention that in like the pickup artist videos and stuff, I don't think. Well, this is how we met. I'll tell you how we met. Steven was sitting here at this diner and I walked by and he said, "Excuse me." I said, "Yes." And he started reading a story to me. Do you remember which story it was? Yeah, of course I remember. It was The Gift. You know that story. That famous, famous story. If you don't use it, you will lose it. That's the moral of Brokeback Mountain. Is it really though? Maybe that's the moral of it, but I'm thinking it might be something else. I've got to get a beverage, and we're out of beverages, so I'm just gonna have to get a glass of water. Actually, we do have a couple of bottles of water left, so I'll just get a bottle of water. No, fine, fold it. I need some milk. I don't need any milk, no. I dropped out of school early, so I read lots of philosophy books, learned lots, but wasted lots of time on that too. The vast majority of books are not worth reading, in my opinion. Well, the thing is, I read a lot of philosophy in a much more operationalized way than that because I was a professional debate coach. So I coached Lincoln Douglas debate, which is basically philosophy debate, and I had to cut cards. So I need some kind of deontological arguments or something. I'd pull from either Kant or people who came after him and expanded on this stuff. And I have cards cut that are basically just the quote that best summarizes the warrant, which is the justification and stuff. So I'm rather surprisingly well read in philosophy, even though I haven't really read any philosophy books, right? I just kind of be skimming through them for looking for a specific point to excerpt. Alex DeLarge. Why does Alex DeLarge need milk? Does he have osteoporosis? Osteoporosis? A Clockwork Orange. Oh, right. I forgot that's what his name was. But yes, they did like to drink their milk. Um, I think it was kind of implied that none of them were lactose intolerant. But they don't really explore that part of the world, their cinematic universe. I don't think they spend nearly enough time exploring that. Hi, Elon. 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. I've got a straight. Okay, well, let's go $1.70. I bet $1.70. This is Elon Grusk. He's really upset that Elon Musk became so famous because his name now people always say, oh, like Elon Musk. He says, no, my name's Elon Grusk. I was named that before Elon Musk was even born. It was my father's name before me and his father before him. We're all named Elon Grusk. I'm Elon Grusk the fourth. My son is Elon Grusk the fifth. It's not our fault that this Elon Musk character came around and stole all the thunder from our name. I empathize with you, Elon. After all, my name is Bill Blinton. So I was pretty upset when Bill Clinton came around and like, what? The guy gonna be president named Bill Clinton. Oh, that was pretty upsetting. I empathize with you, especially about the salute. The salute. I mean, like, howdy ho. Is there any catnap in your house for your cat's penis? I don't really pay any attention to my cat's penis. This cat doesn't have a penis. She has a catgina. But the other cat presumably has a penis. Yes, she did, sort of, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, um, like, what should I put down for this thing? I don't know if they are using my new name or my old name. Maybe I should try my old name to see. We sent in the paperwork to the state because on your marriage license, you put like you want to change your name, put it here, and then we'll do it. But if you want to get it sort of like um, disseminate throughout the system, what's that word? What's that word when you have to wait for a computer new information to propagate? Right. So anyway, they're using your name before you joined the French Foreign Legion. Oh, did they change my name in the French Foreign Legion? From Bill Blinton to Eric Strauss? Is that how my name got changed? I forgot that chapter of my life when I was in the French Foreign Legion. I was fighting in Algeria. The Algerians, needless to say, were upset with us. They'd say, "Get out of our country, you Frenchies." I say, "I'm not even French, you fuckers." It is my house. Against Al Shabaab, I don't know what Al Shabaab is, but is it like shish kebab? I mean, yeah, that was one of the things I had to deal with. I had to eat shish kebab a lot. And I kept stabbing myself with the stick. So eventually I got medical leave for multiple mouth stab wounds from the stick from the shish kebab. And why do I look like Saddam Hussein? We had the same stylist. You know, I sometimes I've talked to her before. I said, look, I want you to explore your vision. I don't want to be derivative of one of your past visions, right? So make me look different. But right. A lot of people tell me that they look almost exactly like Usain Bolt. Most people tell me that. But that's usually because they'll see me running and I'm that fast. What's my all-time favorite food? I'm going to say sticks and pebbles. I like a good bowl of sticks and pebbles. That's what happened to my teeth. Yeah. I believe that we're eating too many processed foods and too many foods that are food. We really need to get more natural than that. We need to eat sticks and we need to eat rocks. I'm not from Canada. No, I'm America land. Well, you need to mix in some sticks too, country. You can't just eat rocks. Okay? It's not healthy to have an all rock diet, obviously. As if you'd be okay with just eating just rocks. No. You need sticks in there as well. And, maybe some leaves will be okay. But, like, maybe some dirt. What's more natural than dirt? I'm going to open a farm to table restaurant called Dirt, Rocks, and Sticks. Where we only serve dirt, rocks, and sticks. Sticks give you fiber, the rocks give you minerals, and the dirt gives you soil. The dirt gives you flavor. Dirt is what we like to call here at Dirt, Sticks, and Rocks. We like to call dirt nature's salt, nature's seasoning. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie to you. The rocks aren't that flavorful by themselves, but mixed in with the dirt and the sticks, it's really good. You're really going to like it. I mean, don't knock it till you've tried it. Have you ever had a bowl of rock, sticks, and dirt before? Yeah, dirt, rock, and stick farms would be pretty easy to run. We got record production this year. Wow, what a harvest. Oh, I want to be that. I want to be a provider of dirt, rock, and sticks. Dinner. Be like, where do you get your dirt and your rocks and your sticks from? I'll be like, shh, trade secret. Really, I just get them from my backyard. And I'd have to watch out to make sure I don't get any cat poop in the dirt. Because people probably shouldn't eat cat poop. That moss, that's the secret ingredient. I don't know, that seems a little processed, a little unnatural. Because people would have to water that. The thing is, to get the most natural thing of all, because obviously you want your food to be as natural as possible, you need to collect the sticks and the rocks and the dirt just from just like a vacant lot someplace, You shouldn't farm them at all. Part of the problem is farming. We're trying to solve this problem of farming, which is destroying the world. We believe that everybody should sustainably gather their own sticks, rocks, and dirt for meals that they don't have here at the restaurant. Please, don't try to farm your sticks, dirt, and rock. Go out into nature and lovingly gather it in gathering baskets. Ideally, you've woven them yourselves out of some reeds. Well, yeah. Obviously, the drink is you can have it's fountain drinks, Coke, Pepsi. Drinks don't count. It's fine. Drinks aren't. There's anything processed about Cokes or Pepsis. And when they have those kind of sodas that claim to be natural, maybe they have a soda that doesn't have any color into it. It's just clear. But it's not 7 Up. it's like root beer, but it's clear. And you're like, what? And they go, it's because it's all natural. And then, you could drop a little rock in there for him as a treat. And Jesus, I love rock farms. I mean mines. And it's true, mines basically are rock farms. Except you're not really farming the rocks so much as you are mining them. Detour 82, don't go all in for 1071. Nobody's going to call though. That's silly. I'm going to call 10 cents with my queen 2 of clubs, even though it's a silly thing to do. Or milking the kitty litter. No, country, don't be disgusting. There goes Detour all in again with this. Guess that's what he's doing right now for some reason. He wants to either double up or bust out. I don't know. We could just add back-to-back monsters. That's certainly possible. I'm gonna fold this queen 4. Ain't nobody wanna play no queen 4. I do need to eat some food though. I wanna maybe cook some food or something. I don't know what I want to cook though. I could cook. Did I ever read Voltaire's Candide? No, not in any great length or depth. I may not have even read any of it at all. I'm not sure. I encountered plenty of those kind of texts being excerpted because the thing about debate coaching is you benefit somewhat from debate camp in the summer where, at least for policy debate, where they cut cards for the upcoming year's topic area. So you encounter lots of cards cut by lots of different people when you're debate coaching. So you end up encountering some card cut from just about every reputable text you can imagine, and many ones that aren't. If I could cook like Walter White, then I probably would not be feeling very hungry. Have I ever liked any vampires? No, not heretofore. Do I ever put lipstick on my cat's anus? No. Because I don't want my cat to look like a painted whore. That's why. Instead, what I do is I try to polish each of my cats' grundle. Is that cat white then? This cat is tabby? Is that what it's called? She's like striped, brown striped. She's actually got quite a lovely color of belly. Well, I got a backdoor flush draw. Not much else on this board. I went backdoor straight draw, but I'm not gonna pay too much to see if that comes in. But well, I just fold this. Alright, let's go look in the kitchen. No, I'm not chewing you chew. Yo, bruh. Backdoor flush for the cat's lipstick. No, don't call that ace-6 offsuit. Silly. Just fold that there. Alright, so I will show you. I'm kind of stuck here a little bit. I'll unstick myself for now. I'm going to have to plug in wherever I go because the phone's kind of out of electricity. So, this is my cat. Her name's Capio, and she's here to say I'm Capillo. Get out of my way. This is trouble. He's gray and white. He's here to say, fight, fight, fight. Okay. Now you know about my cast. Okay, I'm going to fold. He is mean. I mean, he's not mean to us usually. He's definitely mean to his sister, even though she's my actual cat from before. And, you know, that Capillo predates Rachel in my life. Capillo dates almost all the way back to Candace. Not quite. Anywho, so Capillo, she's been my cat since birth because she was the kitten that we couldn't find a home for. And that cat, Capillo, was born in bed next to me from my previous cat, Dixie. All right, let me go check on this. Well, this is a fairly big house. This is 2,100 square feet. We bought it. We bought it. I need a 9. I'm gonna leave this after this hand. Fold. Alright, get out of here. Pure the pure. Lobby. Confirm. Oh. Exit after the conclusion of this hand. I've got ace jack too, your ace jack. So I guess I'll play this ace jack too. I'll exit after the conclusion of this hand. A lot of people aren't there at the birth of their cat, thereby making their cat a bastard. Is that how it works? It would cost millions in London? Well, it wasn't cheap here exactly, except we sold a house in LA, and houses in LA are a lot more expensive than houses in Mariposa. Where we live now is not super expensive compared to Los Angeles. But yeah, this is a nice house. We really like it a lot. It's extremely comfortable. And we have enough space so that, you know, Rachel can be sleeping like she is, and I'm not going to bother her by talking. If she wants to have a phone conversation, she can go upstairs and have a conversation. She's got her room upstairs, which has like a big mirror in it, and she can look at her. She spends a lot of time just like looking at herself with different things on, different makeup on than before, trying different lipsticks, then looking at herself and taking pictures of herself with her phone so she can look at herself in the picture rather than so you can see have both the mirror and the photo to compare against, I guess. When we're driving around the car, we spend time. My wife is doing this, looking at her rings on her hand, like admiring her rings. Obviously, yes, I think that has something to do with cognitive functions, like her cognitive functions are NI and SE, so accordingly, she's just kind of more present in some sense, observing things in the moment, right? But I think that also just has a lot to do with her being a girl. I don't know. Like, my daughter, she's an ESTP, and I raised her for some amount of time, not a super long time, for some amount of time. Well, I mean, actually, for quite a while, mostly or by myself. Like, she lived with me, but for some of that time, I was going out with Candace, but she wasn't living with us. Anyway, I tried to train Delilah to teach her, like, listen, you don't need any of this girly stuff. Like, you don't need different shampoos and a bunch of makeups and other things that they try to tell you, like, you need to look different than you look. You just don't pay any attention to any of that stuff. But she was just like, she was really appalled at the idea that she shouldn't pay attention to that stuff. She really liked that stuff. She was super girly, you know? She liked My Little Pony. She liked Your Little Pony. I don't know. I was going into thinking, I'll just kind of explain to her that this is all just a scam, right? Go on. Go on. He likes to play. I'm not going to quite leave the door, just so you have to stand here for longer. Because he's a dick, that's why. Well, now I don't want to cook anything anymore. I had a couple of cookies. I have a couple of these Hawaiian breads, too. I mean, you know, it's just somehow, for whatever reason, to some extent, it's probably kind of always been the case that women want to look nice, you know? They kind of are concerned about their appearance. Tim's favorite toy was My Little Pony. Well, where's that water I had? What am I, like Captain Lou's water? Alright, let's go find the water. Did one of you guys take it? Horrible, horrible. Physical objects. Keep track of them? No. I'd rather not miss. Alright, now I've got to go to the bathroom. What am I going to do in the bathroom? That's a secret. That's my privacy business. Okay? You worry about what you're doing in the bathroom. Let me worry about what I'm doing in here. I'm just powdering my nose. That's what I'm doing. Because it's so shiny. Like a lot of people, I need to powder my nose multiple times a day because it's shiny, and even when I powder it, it gets shiny again relatively quickly. Doctors say I suffer from excessive nose shine syndrome. What's interesting is one of the pioneering researchers in the field was actually a Dr. Nose Sheen. Similar sounding name. No relation. Dr. Nose Sheen. It's a very common name in certain parts of Eastern Europe, like Croatia, Estonia. Oh, I'm as tired can be. When you look for someone who's tired, look for me, because I am as tired as I can be. Oh, merciful heavens. Whatever shall I do with my tiredness? I suspect what I'm going to do as a way of treating my tiredness is attempt to sleep. I've been getting, let's generously say, not great sleep. Less generously, we could say I've been getting little sleep. More accurately, we could say I've been getting catastrophically terrible sleep, or almost not. So, that's something that obviously one cannot sustain for very long before one starts getting all like weepy and out of breath as one does when one stays up for too long. Weepy and breathless with sleep deprivation. Of course, other phenomena of sleep deprivation are less irritating. I mean, neutral, like when you're getting enough sleep deprived, you start hearing the voices and the wind and the water. Which you can't necessarily make out usually what it's saying or what's happening, but the water is usually music. And both wind and water will have the music in the way of the water. You can hear it. Sounds like the radio is on sometimes. And you take a shower and I trip out so much and be like, wait, I can definitely hear that. That's definitely, there's a radio playing. It's clear as day. It's playing like this. Sounds like, I can't quite make it out entirely, but it's definitely like brass band kind of music or something. I can totally hear this. It's definitely a radio playing. I turn off the water and there'd be no sound. There's the thing. So I used to stay up for longer stretches, to be more extreme with it. Which one you make of your own meaning? Yours is carnival music. I mean, it's not. It wasn't always brass band music. That was just an example. But I consider that like a neutral side effect of sleep deprivation. It's kind of fun, maybe even a little bit positive. Because it's a little bit positive because of course I'm not actually gonna be I don't have any schizophrenic tendencies or anything. So it doesn't represent that which it normally would represent, that kind of thing, you know. If you have that means, that's what schizophrenia is like. It's a feature, not a bug. I agree with you. You're not wrong. I'm gonna take your side in this matter, sir. Okay. Hallucinations, delusions, and confusions is what you said to me in my dream recently. Really? Those are three words that go together well. You know. I was gardening on my knees. What kind of plant was I gardening? Was it Cabbage Patch Kids? Somehow it didn't stick in my mind. Most of the phone. I turned to you and said that I was wearing over. I told you I'm wearing overalls and a straw hat, or is that a parenthetical? So I'm waiting for a seat to open up at this table. There's only two tables running right now in the cash games. One of them, I mean, the stakes I want to play at anyway. And the other table is not the stakes I want to play at. It's a little rich for my blood. I want to play at 5 cent, 10 cent blind, where the buy-in is $5. The buy-in at the other table is $10. I walked up to you, and you were gardening outside. You were on your knees. You looked up and said, "Hallucinations, delusions, and confusions," and went back to gardening. Oh, wow. I wonder what I meant. Was I just recounting to you three things that I was thinking about at that moment? Like, I'm just considering the matters of hallucinations, delusions, and confusions. Or was I trying to warn you? Be careful. In your future, I see hallucinations, delusions, and confusions. Keep a clear vision on your path. You need some nose powder, or you gotta powder your nose. Do you also have excessive nose shine disorder? I'm pretty. I should really just go to bed. I'm not really quite feeling like going to bed yet. Going to bed seems like such a big step, right? Right now, I'm just hanging out, carrying forward on an existing amount of inertia and momentum that requires no particular effort to get to like stay in, right? Whereas if I decide to go to bed, now all of a sudden we've introduced a whole can of worms, right? Now I'm gonna have to end the stream. I'm gonna have to close the doors and stuff, etc. It means giving up waiting on this poker game. Too tired to go to bed, right? Too awake to stay, too awake to be out of bed, but too tired to go to bed. It's the ironic double punch, they call it. The insomnia irony double punch. I don't want to tear anything up and build it back. I feel just like chill. I just wish I was like more high, I guess. You have to go to the store, huh? Well, say hi to the people at the store for me. I don't know. Hey, Eric says hi. If I'm talking with famous people, say, we know who Eric is. We already know who he is. Try it. See if they give you a discount. When you walk in, you'll be like, Eric said that I might. We already know. We were listening to the live stream. Of course, we will give you the discount. Say it to the crackheads for me. All out of smoke sends piss. By piss, he means alcohol. Because I'm assuming, G, that you're telling all your Indian friends about this, right? I know that probably 18 of the 19 people here are your friends from India, G, and then the 19th one is you. Get AJ a bottle of Louis the 13th. You can get Mia get Country a bottle of Crown Royale. And you can get me a bottle of Sleep Sand. Because I'm gonna be courting, seducing, soliciting the services of one Mr. Sandman very shortly. Since there aren't even any games to play. Alright. I'm gonna close that down. And I'm gonna close this down too. And then I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks all for being here. Talk to you later. Yeah.